Good evening. Welcome to Monday, January 29th, 2024, regular board meeting. We call the meeting to order at 6:08. Roll call, please.
I think so. I'll check.
Roll call, please.
Davis,
Here.
Piles present, Kennard,
Here.
Laster,
Present.
Evans,
Present.
McCarthy,
Excuse, she'll probably be late.
Wester.
Present.
We have quorum.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Madam
Accept-
President, can I have a question before the consent agenda? We are not recording our meetings? It's being recorded?
He's over there recording.
Oh, there he is. There he is. Sorry.
Where's Mr. Han? I apologize. I have one for Hanson in England. I just wanted to add that.
Acceptance of the meeting agenda. Be it resolved that the Board of Education accepts the January 29th, 2024 meeting agenda as presented.
Support.
We have a motion and support. Roll call
Well,
vote.
Madam President, I'd like to move that we amend the agenda to add an item for discussion of a transportation RFP that was requested.
Support.
There was a motion by Piles, supported by Kennard, to amend the agenda to add a discussion item. Roll call vote.
Piles, yes. Kennard.
Yes.
Evans,
Yes.
Laster,
Yes.
Davis,
No.
Wester.
No.
Motion carries.
We're at the public comment portion of our agenda.
Mr. Hanson?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Evening.
There's a few things I'd like to talk about tonight.
I'm sorry, can
First,
Mr. Dennison do the time?
Adam, Mr. Dennison, would you do the timer for us? Is it possible you could pick that up? You want to start, set the timer.
Yeah.
Ten minutes will work.
I bet it will. You still go. You still go.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
It's been a while since I talked. It's been about a year. My name is Mike Hanson. I'm the REA Secretary Treasurer. And I'm also a teacher at the high school for, I don't know, many years, 25, 26 years. So it's been a minute. First thing I want to talk about is we're coming up on a year that our newly elected board members brought back our superintendent, and I want to thank those board members for doing that. Since that time, we've gone from not having any secretary or counselors at the high school, no social workers, and we were just barely making it on the skin of our teeth. Our kids were in crisis, and we had nobody to really there to help them. And I want to thank you for doing that for us. The last time I spoke, I talked about noises. People like to create noise to cause distraction. I want you guys to keep that in mind, because there's still a lot of noise that comes from this table. And it's just to distract, and it's to disrupt. Last, I want to thank you, Dr. E, for bringing to our building, Mr. White. It's been a blessing. I am able to teach now. When I have a student that has their head down and is sleeping, and every day I have to go to them and tell them to get their head up, and I have no recourse but to beg and plead with them, it's different now, because students are keeping their heads up. When I ask a student to put away their phone, way back when, I had no recourse. I could have had a power play where I tried taking the phone from them and all that garbage, and it just took away from teaching. I don't have to do that now. I don't have to tell kids to put away their headphones or take off their headphones. Or if I do, it's only one time because they understand that now there's a recourse. This year, the first semester, I recorded in my first hour over 150 tardies. For those people that don't understand what a tardy is, that's when a student comes in after the bell. Over 150 times I had to stop teaching to go to my computer and mark the tardy into my book. Tardies have been reduced dramatically. I had so much time today teaching and working with my students that I actually had 5 minutes left and I could start my next lesson. It is crazy. And I want to thank you, sir, for allowing us the same opportunity that you gave the middle school, bringing Mr. White over to us and allowing us to teach. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Diane England?
There. That was just all you? Hello, my name is Diane England, and I live in Romulus High School in
Thank you, Ms. England. You can,
Rita Hampton. Sandy Tenney. Lisa Denny. Jessica Race. Ms. Shoulders? Ms. Shoulders, you handed me other papers. I haven't looked at those.
Those are letters that I picked up from the board office this morning.
They all the same?
Yes, ma'am. There's one for each.
Oh. Sorry about that. Thank you, I apologize.
Hello. I know many of you have seen the video on Facebook, and I agree. Isn't it outrageous? What are we going to do if this happened again? The fact that everything wasn't recorded. I was on the phone with my daughter. Yes, it's me in the video. When I heard a loud, aggressive voice telling someone's child, "You're lazy, you're going to be a bum." That hurt me, that touched me. I'm still emotional from it. That's something you do not tell a child. I couldn't hear my daughter's voice for the first few seconds because she was crying, telling me that a man yelled at her. So I asked her to put the guy on the phone immediately. My daughter is timid, she's shy, she's a good girl, she get good grades. She showed up to school on time. But that day, she didn't. Exactly about 3 minutes late, to be exact. After I had prepped my daughter for the past weeks for this test, for her to pass it, and you hear your child crying, saying, "I'm being yelled at and belittled because I was late." This is at the parent drop-off door. Children does not drive themselves to school. You should be talking to the parents, not the children, not belittling them, and especially not right before they take a test. I was called up to the school 3 times, asked over the phone to come up to the school 3 times by Mr. White. I said, "Sir, I don't like your tone. I don't like your tone with my children." He said, "If you don't like it, come up to the school." I asked, "Are you sure?" He said, "Yes." Now, did I get angry? Did I lose my cool? Yes, I did. I'm dealing with a lot. I'm a single mother, working 2 jobs and an act to take care of my children and other children. I just healed from liver damage. I'm fighting cancer. But that's not it. And excuse me if I get emotional, because this is very emotional for me, and it took me a lot of courage to get up here today. Not only having to bounce from my brother's house and a hotel to transport my daughter to school, taking shots to make sure that I'm here for them. Sometimes I oversleep. Some days I don't get any sleep. So when I do, my daughters let me sleep. The hardest thing is for my daughter to ask me, "Are you going to make it to my graduation, Mom? And will I have to raise my baby sister?" Y'all don't know what went through my head at that moment with that guy putting his fingers in my face and walking up on me like he was going to put his hands on me. I've fought one of those situations before already. So a guy walking up on a woman that's been in an abusive relationship, that's not good. And if you do that to a child, just imagine how these children feel. And I see why they don't feel safe going to school. Because some of y'all see him as a hero, but some and most see Mr. White as a bully. My question is to the office, how much training has his board had? Does Mr. White have a certificate to even work with children or in the school? Did Mr. Emerson show his clearance to even come back to work? These are questions not just asked by me, these are also asked by the mothers in the community that did not want to miss work tonight. But I chose to. Knowing my situation, I chose to miss work to be here. Thanks a lot for taking more money out of my children's mouth. And
Ms.
my
Shoulders, I just
situation-
want to say thank you because I have given you a little extra time. I do, thank you.
My situation was put in an email this weekend, delivered to me, and no one knew until I brought it to the school's attention personally this morning. When I received that letter. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Nicole Smith.
I'm learning a lot. I've never, I've had 2 kids in this Romulus system. Hello, can you hear? Oh,
Or just hold it.
You see the green light?
It was on.
okay. Here we go. Okay, thank you. Give
was
me
just
some
far
extra
away.
minutes. I'm learning a lot, and I understand that there's 2 sides to everyone and everything. I'm a problem solver, so there is no problem that I don't feel can be resolved. So, however it needs to be, and it's a majority ruling situation, so that's fine with me. But it's not working. Okay, thank you. Okay. All right. Show is on. No. So, I am here because my son, Justice Smith, was sent home, I think 2 Thursdays ago. He had taken his final and laid his head down with his hood up. Mr. White walked in the class. My son is not even aware of who Mr. White was at the time. He tapped him and told him he's being sent home. He didn't know why. He just heard what was going on. It was a lot of ruckus going on. Over 63 students were sent home that day. So I received a call asking me to allow him to be signed out. So, at that moment, I was a little hot. So I'm like, you know what? You can sign him all the way out. I've been asking for him to be virtual for over a month now because of other situations. So this was like the header. And I've witnessed a lot with Mr. White, and I'm not going to step on anybody's character. I would like to talk to you. I felt that after receiving Mr. Edmondson's email, basically what I got from that email was there will be no compromise for his buddy. This is just what I'm saying, not what he said, from his buddy, and we just have to eat it and get with it. So, I wanted to speak with Mr. Edmondson until that point. I think I need to go back and reflect on what I need to speak to him about after that, because that dismissed everyone's concerns. And it just told us whatever your concerns are, I'm not interested in hearing it because I've already made up my mind. This is who is going to do what I've asked to do. So the agenda to me does not look promising for our future of these students. And I am mostly concerned. So I did email Mr. Petty today to let him know that I am going forward with the virtual for my son, which once Mr. Petty and I talked, he pulled up my son's records and asked me to please reconsider because my son has tested top in the district since preschool. Tested out 2 grades up since kindergarten. And I can go on. And anyone here or outside who knows him will defend this and go even further with the accolades. very obedient kid, never been a disobedient at home or outside. So I will not allow these incidents to stain, and this is him, to stain, he knows he's supposed to be here, but he did just get off a plane, to stain his record. He will be applying for colleges next year. He is in early college. He's held down a job since 16 with no push, and he goes to college and high school upholding his grades, AB. So that's all I have to say.
Really?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Edmondson, to that, just a request if maybe you and Mr. White and the student and parent could talk, because what we heard is somebody who's been top of their class since preschool, and we know that a virtual program doesn't have the same graduation, it doesn't have the prom privileges, and hopefully something could be worked out so that it's not missed.
Do we have any other?
Sherry Rush. Are there any other forms?
Greetings to you all. My name is Sherry Rush. I will start by saying I have lived in Romulus all my life. I've gone to Romulus. My mother's gone to Romulus Community Schools. I've gone. My daughter has gone, and now my grandchildren are in this school district. And there is greatness in this district. And I think that we have to continue to work together to get to the height we want to get to. But I'm not so sure that we're on that path right now. The behavior that I see from Mr. White is aggressive, unprofessional, and unacceptable. I have met with him personally, and it's been more of the same of everything that I just stated. After sitting down and having a very calm and polite meeting with him to determine what was the reason for my grandson being suspended, there was much of what I see in some videos, and that is hollering and hitting on tables and raising his voice, and that was really surprising. It doesn't matter what any students or teachers or parents tell me, we have to find out things on a personal level ourselves. And so to meet with him on a one-on-one and to experience more of the same was beyond disappointing. So my question to the board is, does he have a certificate of operation in order to function on the level that he is as an administrator? And if he does, I would like a copy of it. So if the board could address that. The other thing is there a student code of conduct? In the past, these have been handed out, but I don't recall one being given to us this year, and if not, then why? Whose decision was it that the students would not receive it? I do understand they are online, but in the past, we received a paper copy. And so I wonder why that wasn't done this year, and if it could still be done. The other thing is I'm asking you to reconsider his appointment, be it at the middle school and be it at the high school. I do not have any confidence in his ability to lead and in the position that he's in. And I would hope that you would reconsider, that we can come to our ideal outcome in another path. But I don't believe that this is the path that we need to take in order to get to our best outcome. Thank you for listening. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Any other forms? No. Okay, so no more forms, then that's it, Madam President.
Thank you. Next we have presentations. Our first presentation is the new position presentation by Dr. Gardner and Mr. Brock.
Thank you to everybody.
I just want to say thank you to everyone that has come out and given us your comments. If you have to leave, but we do appreciate you and hearing what you have to say, and we'll be taking things. Thank you.
Good evening, Board. So we are here this evening to present to you all 4 positions. All 4 positions are for the high school, 2 math interventionist positions, and 2 ELA interventionist positions. This is because of our high school being a CSI school that is a comprehensive support and improvement school. And that is due to the grant funding we received, 21H being one funding source, and our RAG funds being the other funding source. I always like to start with the why. I provided to you all data to show the need for the interventionists. Before I get to that data, I want to speak to the letter grades. So each school, as you receive from Dr. Edmondson, receive letter grades. I want to begin by acknowledging that the high school did get a letter of a B for the graduation rate, and that was an improvement. And we want to definitely applaud that effort from the team. However, we did receive a D in proficiency and growth. And the data I provided to you at this time speaks to our PSAT data, which is a predictor for the SAT data, which is our accountability measure for our high school. As you see, based on the data, for mathematics, we only have 8% of our high school students who are prepared for the SAT that met the benchmark in mathematics. In reading, 25%. And you see in the second column how many that have not met the benchmark. So far, there's 3 metrics I've shared. At the bottom, we have our NWEA fall data, and you see that data there. So we have work to do, and we believe the interventionists will provide the support to the school. Now, one thing I want to lift up is that these positions of interventionists was not something that was decided by the TOP team, HR. It was a collective effort with Principal Petty at the helm, saying that we need these positions to support our teachers, support our school, and support our students. And so Mr. Brock can speak more about the positions from an HR lens, but I wanted to share the why, the need, and how we got to this point of the positions. These are reimbursable, so it's not that the district is going to pay for these 4 positions because we got approved for the funding. So that's all I have to say at this time about the positions. I'll hand over to Mr. Brock.
Thank you, Dr. Gardner. Good evening, Board of Education. Thank you for this opportunity. In your packet, you should have some job descriptions, or not, they were emailed to you. I'll just pass these around. I just have 2. I printed a couple. So a couple of things that I think I wanted to bring light to as well. There's been a lot of conversation at this board table around support for our kids. I was in a meeting recently with the partnership group, and this was a topic of conversation from those folks who work with our district as a partnership school district. So there are 4 positions, 2 in the math department, 2 in the ELA department, and you'll see in those job descriptions they will be, if approved, REA positions, math certification, and either a reading and or literacy certification as well. They are 1-year grants and 2-year grants. The 2-year grant is funded for 2 years, obviously. The 1-year grant is ongoing through the intermediate school district. We anticipate, from all the information that I have, that that will be an ongoing grant. I was questioned by somebody in the partnership district, or partnership group, about why this doesn't have to be an REA or union position. And I agree with that. But in this position, we want to get the most qualified, best folks for these positions. And should these grants go away, these people, teachers, as you know, are a commodity that we can't get enough of. So if we can find the certified staff for these positions and these grants happen to go away, we now have certified staff that we can move into a classroom. So set before you, these are reimbursable grants. Again, I don't have them in front of me, so I apologize. I thought they were in your packet, but they're not in the packet, so I apologize for that. So we have set aside money in the RAG grant for salaries as well as benefits. That's on that, highlighted on the back. So both of the job descriptions are very similar. So if you wanted to pass one along, and anything highlighted in yellow will show you what the funding is.
Eve can do it.
Thank you.
So I have a question. You're saying that these are part of the REA contract. How do they only last for a year if they're part of an REA contract, 1 or 2 years?
So they're certified positions. So it's not necessarily lasting 1 year. So they're 1 year grant funded that's ongoing through the ISD. We're anticipating that to continue.
Okay, so
It's
without.
like our
the-
COSA positions.
Okay.
Same
Madam
concept.
President, can I continue with questions? So we didn't have our budget review before this meeting. We were supposed to have it last week, it was canceled. Don't know why we didn't have our budget review tonight.
We did.
But.
We did.
We did? Wasn't on the agenda? That's interesting. So Ms. Getstinger was here earlier?
At 5:30. There was an agenda, but it wasn't sent to us with our agenda that read that the meeting was at 6, but yes, I came in at 1:45, and it started at 5:30.
Okay, so then I guess I'll just be, we have $4 million in ESSER fund funding for salaries. Our fund balance is 6.5 at this point. Where are we going to get the money for the $4 million in ESSER funds that we don't have right now in general fund to support that? And where are we going to get the money for these 4 positions? Should they go an additional 2 years, 3 years, 4 years after the grant runs out? And where are we going to get the $1.2 million that's owed to the sinking fund that we overspent? Because all of this should be public knowledge. To start a meeting at 5:30 that the board members didn't even know took place or was taking place is unacceptable. This community needs to realize the funding that we don't have or we do have in this district. And
Thank you.
I'm very, very discouraged, very upset that I didn't know there was a budget hearing at 5:30.
So I have a question specifically about this posting, if I may, Madam President. So you said that this is going to be an REA position, but it's showing that the position is has a pay of $65,000. Is that aligned with, are all of our teachers making $65,000 or above?
I would say it depends on the credentials of the person. If you read the top portion of this on the front side, it talks about REA collective bargaining agreement and experience. So it is aligned. I think it's above the middle of what we could pay somebody that is in that salary range, but it depends on their experience.
Okay, so and I want to make sure I'm clear, when we are, when we're staying aligned with the REA collective bargaining agreement, don't we hire in like at steps, not at a specific salary based on their credentials? So if there's a teacher who has a bachelor's or master's or whatever, and we have a letter of understanding with the union, we can hire in, instead of at the bottom step, up to a step whatever. Is that accurate?
Yeah, but it's not a letter of understanding. That's built into the contract.
Okay, so it's a step, but it is a step, not a specific salary,
Correct.
correct?
Could
So
be.
what would this equate to on steps?
I'd have to look up what the step is on that. It
Okay.
depends on whether it's a bachelor's, master's.
Sure. I mean, that
PhD.
just helps us understand
It's going
because
to
we
be around
understand.
step 5 or
the-
step 6, probably in the master's. Bachelor's, maybe step 8. I'd have to look. I don't know
Right.
off the top of my head, but it's up above
Just-
halfway.
yeah. Yeah, because I asked that because all of our postings have been apples to apples. We talk about steps, not salary, so.
Yeah, and this information you have in front of you would not be part of the posting. I put this on there for you. The highlighted piece is just for your information. That's not going to be part of the posting,
Okay.
just so you understand.
So are these different than the positions we approved that for, what was it, math interventions and ELA interventions that RISA was going to help us with?
So those are COSA, that's our math COSA and our literacy COSA.
Have those been
are-
filled?
Yes, those have been filled. Math
Okay.
yeah, yeah.
And I know, and it's important, and I, you know, I want to vote for every single thing that impacts our students. I guess my concern is we have all these positions brought to us and more adult salaries, which is part of the expense of educating students, but we never get updates on scores. We hear it in public comment, but we don't get updates on how our students are performing, where the impact is happening. I know this board has requested to hear from staff. What supports do you need there in the classroom? What would help you? We don't hear that. We just keep approving more and more positions, and that's great that it's grant funded, but grant funds don't mean, oh, use it or lose it. Grant funds mean if we don't allocate it for this, we could allocate it for something else.
I have two responses to you. As stated at the last board meeting, and I also believe the one before that, we will have a data update presentation in February. And we could not have it earlier because we just finished our NWEA winter assessment. It was postponed due to the closed snow days. And so we have that scheduled for February 26th, I believe. So you will have your data update. Also, we've collected data from our teachers and administrators around our impact. That'll also be shared with you at that data meeting. So that's the first thing I wanted to share. The second item, can you repeat the last item you mentioned, please?
I'm talking about grant
yes.
funding. So we see that we're going to fund these salaries with these different grants, but what else could these grants be used for?
Great question. So with the 21H and the RAG funds, it is not like the other grant funds, like if you don't lose it or you don't use it, you can use it for something else. We must use it specifically for the items that we got approved from for the partnership district. So that is how this is aligned. And so it is a different thing where we can't just kind of repurpose those funds.
Okay.
We must use it for it.
That would be accurate. So you're saying that things have already been submitted and approved, and now this is coming to us after the fact? I understand. I get it. It was submitted to the state, MDE has approved it, and now it's coming to the board. So that explains why we didn't understand. I'm good now.
Are there any other questions?
I don't mean to beat a dead horse, but when was the announcement made that there was a budget hearing, a review, today at 5:30? When was the
wasn't.
board notified?
We were supposed to have one last week.
It doesn't
I
matter.
believe-
I'm looking at the agenda for tonight, and
I
it says
believe
6
it-
o'clock.
And I'm only assumption, I was not here. I'm just thinking that Eve was not here in her absence. Someone was preparing it to make sure, and it was probably an oversight.
So who knew about the 5:30 budget meeting?
I walked in at 5:45 thinking I was early. There's an agenda prepared for it.
How did you know about it?
I just assumed we moved everything from last week to this week. So I was here at 5:30.
That's really embarrassing the finance subcommittee wasn't here.
Right. No one was informed, officially informed, that a board meeting was being held at 5:30.
I assumed it wouldn't just because of the mix-up with the bank today, so I thought I was coming early.
Again, no official information that a violation of OMA, that there was a board meeting starting at 5:30.
It wound up not being a meeting because it wasn't anyone here, so it was more or less informational. Ms.
Again,
Bales?
it's a violation of OMA if a meeting takes place
A meeting
without
did-
without being posted. At 5:30? Yes, it was posted on the front. So the community knew, but the board didn't.
But I will take full responsibility, Mrs. Evans.
I checked the,
It should have been on the web because.
it's not, the meeting isn't even on the web today.
Because what happened, I'm gonna tell you, I was selling for Eve, I'm gonna tell you, I take full responsibility, I don't want anybody else taking any heat for this. Because I thought that it had been emailed to you, because there were separate things that were emailed. So, another person was doing the emailing. I'm not throwing anybody under the bus. I apologize immensely. I was surprised when I walked in here, because I thought everybody just knew that everything was moved from last week to this week, and that wasn't fair for me to even assume that, but, I will take full responsibility for that.
Thank you, Ms. Bales. So that's why I did make the comment that it was probably an oversight.
There was a group text message that said the meeting is at the board office at 6 o'clock tonight,
Yes.
correct? And the response was yes.
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 No mention at 5:30. No, it's 5:30.
But there, so.
That text went out about where the meeting was going to be at tonight.
Well, the text went out that the superintendent might be late taking care of
Yes,
something.
and you responded
And
and
I did
asked
ask.
about where the location of the meeting.
Because it
so
was
we
going to
did
be at
answer that.
Rommel. But nothing was said about 5:30. But Madam President, if we may, just so we can clarify how minutes will be recorded, I know there wasn't technically a special meeting. I
Thank
know there
you.
wasn't technically a special meeting, but there was an agenda sitting here that reads
Correct.
special meeting. So can we just note for the record that there was no special meeting, and there can't be a special meeting unless
There was
board
not a
members are
quorum.
notified
Right.
18 hours in advance? But if there had been, it would have taken place without board members having equal opportunity for learning.
Thank you, Ms. Piles. Thank you, Dr. Gardner and Mr. Brock, for the presentation. Next on the agenda is our presentation by Romulus Elementary School and Ms. Nataro.
That's why I was headed there. We should have started with them.
I stand like this.
Well, you can pull the mic out if you need to and hold it if you want to hold it. She's like, no, thanks.
Well, first, I'm Gretchen Nataro, the principal at Romulus Elementary. I am very proud and honored to be working here for 27 years. Oh, thank you. Hopefully. If you haven't been by our school lately, on Beverly Road, Romulus Elementary, I encourage you to stop by and visit us. I do absolutely love being there. And let me just share a few things about our school at Romulus Elementary. Our staff is very committed and very dedicated, highly qualified staff. They really strive to create a climate that has high expectations. The staff really tries to come together and create a culture that reflects a shared belief. You want to? I can hold it. I don't want anyone to miss anything. There we go. A culture that reflects a shared belief in the importance of learning and hard work. Our teachers make learning relevant to our students, and we want to inspire our students to stay committed to their learning goals. We currently have about 280 students registered K-5 at Romulus Elementary. We're definitely focused on academics, but also social and emotional as well. So right here with our My School Accountability Index, I'm very proud to say that we did increase our overall index score from 42% to 75%. And very proud about that. We've had hardworking staff, students, and families. The index score, I think Dr. Gardner had gone over that, but again, it's made up mainly of our proficiency and also the proficiency and then also the growth. So we're just finishing up our NWEA, and our NWEA is for the mid-year. This is a standardized test. And this is a great way to see how our kids do against across the nation more than anything. Currently, our ELA, our students are scoring 47% of them are at grade level. So we look at two different things. A lot of times our kids at grade level, but are they making growth? And so I want to let you know too that 71% of our students made growth in math, and we had 65% make growth in reading, and that's from September to January. So we're very, very happy with that. This is ELA, and then the next would be math, and math is where we had 42% of our students at grade level. Math, our NWEA, is for K-5, and it's a good indication of where our students are doing and how they'll do on the M-STEP. The M-STEP is something that slow and steady will win the race, and we are very slow, very steady, and we do make small gains every year in this. Last year, our students were, 34% of our students were proficient, and that's, again, the average for grades 3 through 5, and then in math, 23% were proficient. So that's nothing to be excited about at all. So our staff came together over the summer, and we wanted to figure out how are we going to increase our scores, and how can we collaborate and work together. If there's one thing that I really do enjoy working with the staff at Romulus Elementary is their commitment, because they know that learning is hard work, and we put a lot of work into that. But more than hard work is we need to be on the same page and come together and reflect and work together whenever possible. So we went ahead and took writing as our school improvement goal this year. And so our K-5 teachers were working on writing because writing is one of, with the collaborative classroom, it's new. And so we're able to actually have a common language, have common vocabulary. There's common themes throughout K through 5 that we enjoy working with, lots of diversity, beautiful mentor texts with the writing that we're working on. So, but how do we evaluate that, right? Well, we know writing is reciprocal to reading. So if you're a better writer, you will become a better reader. But twice a month, we collect writing samples for all K through 5 students. So that's twice a month, based on, again, first year collecting everything, based on what they're currently doing in collaborative classroom. So it's nothing extra, but it is powerful because, again, we can, K through 5, we can have that conversation around writing and how we're teaching. And when you look at the writing, what also is kind of exciting is the way the lessons are laid out. And so very similar. So you can really offer support to one another with that. So again, we love having the shared expectations for writing for the building with our students. We can talk about that as well. And then also the collaboration. I feel very fortunate to be able to collaborate with so many great people. So besides writing, besides academics, we are very concerned with social emotional as well, the wellness. And PBIS is something that we do use to set expectations, track how we're doing from ODRs to suspensions. Our ODRs have decreased. Our suspensions definitely have decreased significantly. And that's because of a lot of strategies in place, but more than anything, I have to say, it's about the relationships with the teachers and the students. And again, having a shared belief, common language. Back to your teachers, I have highly qualified teachers at Romulus Elementary, and that's what makes it very doable to decrease some of these ODRs or suspensions. I don't want to forget about another important component here would be obviously our parents. We have wonderful families, and none of us are perfect, including myself. I got a laundry list right there, but we work together and we work through things, and so that's I think we're all committed for that. Attendance, I do want to make a mention. I love that Dr. Edmondson has a special task force, and for the attendance, we usually are hanging out anywhere between 90-95%. It's not exactly where we want to be, exactly with the tardies or maybe even some early pickups. So we definitely have some truancy issues, but it's nice to know that we've got the support central office and also the committee to help us work through that. That's in 27 years, I don't remember having that, so I'm very pleased for that. So for the highlights, I've talked a little bit about things that you probably already know about our school. Some of the things that we've already known about our school, but lots of good things. You've known IXL, Accelerated Reader, but something that you might not be familiar with would be our Caleb's Kids. That's something that comes to our school. It's a wellness every Friday. They work with our 5th graders. And the main thing is to support, it's an outreach program that is always working on social, emotional learning. They have lots of every Friday they have a different focus, but ultimately too, it's something that they are able to help our kids cope with all of the stresses that they face. And this is for the 5th grade students. Of course, we don't want to leave anyone out, so our teachers started doing, we applied for a grant last year. It's called the Positively Project, and that's something that's new this year. Again, our school, we really think about when you start in kindergarten and you go through 5th grade, you want to be able to have common language throughout, have it fluid, have good common expectations, shared belief. And so P2 project gives us just that. Again, it's on wellness and social emotional lessons, already done for the teachers. It's a PowerPoint. They spend about 10 minutes every day talking about this. And each week it's a different character trait. And then they have different activities to go along with that too. And that's where I'm able to share out with the families with Dojo. Game night running club. And oh my gosh, what great field trips we have had this year. So again, thank you for allocating that money for our kids to go to museums. They're going to a science skating. They went to EMU for a tour to a basketball game. The Charles H. Wright Museum later this month. So beautiful field trips, and all the kids just love it. So that is extremely exciting. Almost done with Positively. And then community partners. I just want to thank the community partners at Romulus Elementary that support us, which is EMU Bright Futures, Monday through Thursday. Absolutely love the program. We have about 40 kids invested in that, and they come on a regular basis. They work with the district, and it couldn't work, again, the community partners, unless they actually had a good relationship with our school system. So thank you to all of you that have put into the extra work to make sure that we can have EMU Bright Futures at our school. Also Starfish School-Based Therapy has been at our school for quite some time. That's another wonderful thing. And then a couple of the others were different companies that have donated some wonderful items and services to our school. And sometimes they've even just come just to play games with the kids. They want, that's probably our favorite. And that is it. That is the end of my presentation for Romulus Elementary. I have to say, there's so much more, so please stop by and visit us.
Ms. Notaro, thank you for your
Yes.
presentation. I want to ask if you can send us this, because it looks like some things were missing and out of order, you know.
Oh, yes, you know
The
what?
updated one, please.
Yeah, it was updated, yes, updated.
If you can
updated.
send that out to us, it'd be greatly appreciated.
Yes,
Thank
sure
you
will.
so much. Wonderful
thank you.
presentation. Any questions or comments from any board members?
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Very, very positive input.
Thank you.
Madam President, may I? Madam President, may I?
Yes.
I would just like to say to the principal, I know she's walking away, but that's okay. But, you know, it's good to hear that things are happening at that level, you know, in educating our students as they matriculate from elementary on to junior high and high school. And so the foundation starts there. And to know that you have these types of programs and supports and partners that is helping our students and partnering with the community and organizations at large is a great thing and it's a positive thing. Early learning and retention starts at that grade, at that level. I can still remember some things when I was that young, believe it or not, and when I started at 4 years old. So I would like to say to you, thank you for coming and presenting this information, and we do look forward to coming to your school and visiting.
Thank you again. Next on, All right, Dr. Edmondson.
All right, thank you. I'd like to introduce the attendance liaisons. As you know, as a board, it's something that we needed to do in this district. We have truancy problems, and we still have truancy problems, but truancy problems are being addressed and they're better. I work with these 5 people every Thursday, and we actually want to give also a shout out to Dr. Cheney, who's back there with the hat on. I don't know, what's that, a Romulus hat maybe? I don't know. I don't know, pink. Oh, okay. But Dr. Cheney is she works for University of Michigan in the Ed Psych department, and she is a parent at Barth, and she's outstanding. She has, to my knowledge, 3 kids, 2 girls and 1 boy. And she's been extremely helpful to us, giving us the perspective of a parent, not only a parent, but an educated professor. So that helps us out. She brings a research background too. So we work with her. Shortly in a minute, you will have Judge Brian Oakley, who will come through the doors too. We meet with Judge Oakley seemingly, my goodness, seems like every Tuesday we meet with Judge Oakley and families at 6 p.m. in this building to talk about truancy and to try to support our families. We've not had one family member that was upset at us on a Tuesday, not at all. Again, I work with these folks, and I'm very, very excited about the work that we're doing. I would like to introduce each one of them. We're not going to stand in a line like this feels like it's Soul Train. You know, like who's next? You know, we got big muscle Herbs. So for the board, and of course the community, but every Thursday we get together, we use data, we talk. We're missing Scott Rourke. He's not part of the team. And Kathy Andrews, who meets with us probably every other week, but she comes in as needed. But I love these people, and I mean it. I love these people. They get to know me. I've gotten to know them. I'm going to start with, we have Denise Crank, who is working at Hale Creek and the high school, servicing. We have Herb Buckley, who is at the high school as well as Barth Elementary. We have Barbara Malcolm, who's at the middle school. And middle school virtual. We have Paul Futch, who is at the middle school, STEAM and WIC. And then we have Stacy King, who is at the high school and services RVLC as well. Am I missing somebody? Ramel too, and early college. So this is the team, and I would say that this is my team. This is the people that I meet with every Thursday, as well as a whole bunch of other people in the district. But I love Thursdays, and I appreciate you. I'm going to recognize you in front of the board. I appreciate all the work that you do. You're doing hard work. We have the Judge Oakley just came in as well. He's in the back. He said this is a team collaboration between the city and the school district. And I'm so proud of the work that you've done, and I'm going to turn it over. I was a part of the team. I trusted them to do the presentation. I've looked over it several times, but I know it just like they know it. So get at it.
Well, good evening,
Hi,
board
Gladys.
members. Thank you for letting us present our slideshow to you. Well, he took away my thunder because I was going to introduce everybody. But again, I'm Barbara Malcolm. This is our team, and we work diligently to try to get students in school, bodies in the classroom. So I'm going to hand it over to Herb so that he can talk about our next steps. Oh, you don't need this? Oh, that's just me.
Do I need a mic? Okay, sorry.
Paul, he thinks it's Thursday, doesn't he? You know, there's jokes that fly every Thursday. Everybody gets it.
So we're going to start off with chronic students' absences are a problem nationwide, and Michigan has the higher rate of chronic absenteeism than the nation's national average. This year, here in our district, this team has been working to understand more about why our Romulus students are absent. We have collected data and spoken with our parents and students. What we've learned is that our students are absent more often on Mondays and Fridays, and also on half days. Okay? In our conversation with our parents and our students, we have learned that most common reasons for absences are health and mental issues, transportation, and child care. And we'll talk a little further down the line about these other things. Stacy?
also, our daily tasks that we work through. To understand that a little bit more is understanding that our schedule, we move it according to working with our parents. So we know that we have parents that work work during the day. Our schedule will change where we're working through the evening. Sometimes going home and making phone calls late into the evening to try to catch up with parents. We also have our schedule where we're in different schools. If we are in the elementary school or if we're in the high school, working within that time frame. Also, as we are having our meetings here in the evening with the judge, we are always looking at our schedule and readjusting those schedules that we have. And so as you can see from the daily tasks, the attendance and monitoring, we use MyStar, which is what the district is using. And we also use EduClimber. And within that, we document notes through the attendance notes, the engagement, student engagement, and the attendance reports based on our conversations with parents, with the students, and what we're seeing that has already been documented by the secretaries and the teachers. In EduClimber, we are also documenting in the student profile and the attendant forms. And those attendant forms would be set up if a student has following our attendance practice with the 3 absences, and as we have to meet with that parent to schedule our attendance meeting plan. And that's where we would document there. Also, for the attendance practice that we have and we follow, it was implemented on November the 13th. That is our 3, 6, 9, and 15. So as we are contacting parents, we're sending out letters. We're also including our attendance practice for the parental responsibility so they can see why we are contacting them and then have that information. We also have working with the judge, working with our school resource officers to get the things done that need to be done. And we also collaborate with our school staff in specialized services. Ms. Randazzo with McKinney-Vento, Ms. Kathy Andrews, MyStar, understanding more of MyStar, School of Choice, special services such as our DHS worker, Ms. Bailey. We also work with our counselors and our social workers based on what parents and students have entrusted to us. We will work with those specialties so that the student is getting the best service with resources. And in the last part of cultivating relationships, we do work with our parents. As we are actively listening, we are also listening to see if that parent has other needs and need other resources. We're using the Where to Turn guide along with the other specialized services that are there for the parents. And so we pass that information on to them.
Hi, good evening, members of the board, Dr. Edmondson. So I am here to talk about what do we do as a team weekly. And when I look at the us there, that is definitely us. We are one team, and we come together with all of our experiences and make one team. So what, on a weekly basis, every week we meet as a team, just the attendance liaisons to discuss different challenges that we may be facing with some of our families, with some of our students' attendance. We also talk about the successes that we have, in which you will hear about that later on in the presentation. We discuss that. We also discuss resources. All of us have different experiences. We come together with our knowledge and our experiences, and we come together as one team to develop different resources for our families and our students. We also come together and we complete different assignments that we have. As it was mentioned earlier, we have meetings with the judge, and we come together, we put together our list of students and their families that would have to meet with our judge. And then also, on Thursdays, as Dr. Edmondson already mentioned, we come together with our superintendent, and we collaborate, we talk about different challenges. Dr. Edmondson also gives us some advice as well, and again, it's one team. He acts as if he's a part of the team, but we do come together as one. We clarify different statistics that we have seen within the district as far as it relates to attendance. We also, again, we discuss different challenges and different successes that we have with our families as well as our students. And then we come together and we evaluate. We look at where we are now and where we need to go with some of our practices. And that's another thing we come together for. We talk about best practices as well for our students. And then on Tuesday evenings, we have our informational session with Judge Oakley and the entire team. That has been successful. We have had a pretty good turnout from students and their parents. And it's a very informal session. And since November 13th, we have had 30 parents, whether they're parents or guardians, along with their students. And also, in addition to that, we have, with the school resource officer, he has issued 14 citations to families of the students who did not, number one, either attend the session or has reached that 9 absent threshold. So this is just some of the things that we do on a weekly basis with our team. And I'm excited about the team that we have, and I'm honored to be on it.
Good evening. I'm Denise, and I'm going to discuss a few of the challenges that we face daily. One of our challenges is not having updated contact information. So we're calling, a lot of the numbers are disconnected or the voicemails are full. What that does is makes it so that we're unable to have that one-on-one connection to try and get to the root of why the student's not attending. It also means that they're not getting Dr. E's absent calls daily. So sometimes there are parents, when I have eventually gotten a hold of them through other contacts, that didn't even know because they're not getting the phone calls. So, okay, sorry. So again, some of them may not be aware because their contact information is not updated, therefore not getting Dr. E's absent calls. It's a question I ask all the time. Are you getting the absent calls? Yes or no? Okay, so I know you're aware that your student is absent all the time. But at the high school and middle school level, we can pull a student or a sibling out and say, hey, what's your mom's update phone number? We're unable to do that at the elementary level, so sometimes that can be a little bit more challenging. So that's our first one. And then the importance of attendance. Sometimes getting the parents and the students on board to understanding the correlation between grades and attendance. That can be kind of challenging. I've heard many parents that are quick to blame the teachers for their students' academic performance, but in reality, their students are not attending school enough to stay on top of their learning or know who to go to for additional resources. They're just not there enough. And another one is parent involvement. And an example of this is Parent Connect. We've made the information available to parents many times, the district has, but that's another question I ask when I talk to a parent. Are you on Parent Connect? And most of the time it's no. So I'm always trying to lead them toward, getting on Parent Connect. But that's a big resource that parents just don't seem to utilize because they can check their grades and their attendance. But that, again, that's another question that we are asking. And that's it for now. Sorry.
Okay, so yes, we do have challenges. Just trying to put a program together from ground zero to even be here, like, we got things we need to figure out going into this semester. So we do have our challenges, but we do have some successes too. So here you'll see a chart. This is our favorite because it shows with no intervention, us being interventions, from the beginning of the school year, 9/5/23 through 11/10, because we didn't start our practices until November 13th. So you'll see there was 68.2% students. I gotta remember how we did this. Yeah. 68.2% were here. Yeah, this has been a long day. And after our interventions, we have 87.4% students here. And the red is chronic absences. So we went from 31.8% chronic absences from 9/5 to 11/10. Now we're down to 12.6% chronic absences from 11/13 until, well, that says 1/19, but absolutely up until now. So we do have some successes. It's still a work in progress, but I can only see it getting better. And everyone has their individual successes. It's just sometimes tough to weed them out when you have other challenges going. But I'm sure do you have some successes to share? This one.
Yes.
A success to share?
Yes. Right. This guy. All right. So I did have one student and parent that they were ones that came to our first intervention with Judge Oakley and us. They did not receive this too well. There's a lot of frustration. Get it. The student had excessive absences. And when she got here, the parent and the student, I think she thought the meeting was gonna go one way, but when she found out it was informational, she felt the support from Judge Oakley and the entire team. Since the day that she had the session, her student has not missed one day of school. And that's a Wick Elementary student.
Okay, well, my, one, you sure? Well, anyway, at the high school, what we're doing, we're calling the students down. As soon as they get 3 absences, we call them down. So what's been happening that I'm finding out through my my students, once I sit them down and talk to them and let them know what's going to happen, they're getting here, and they're keeping that 3 absences and not going past it because they don't want to see the judge at 6. So that's our success that's going on at the high school.
Just today, the success was following up with a student, and that student, the parent had 2 students, and both of those students' attendance had increased. Now, it's by 2%, and it's just what Ms. Notaro said. It's a slow step. And so a part of the EduClimber, what we're doing in our documentation there, a reward. And so I called the parent and left a voice message. I compliment the parent and thank the parent and made the parent aware of what's going on so that they know. And I will give this week to those students a little thank you, a little acknowledgement for having improved attendance with a little piece of candy, and I'm waiting for Mom to call me back to make sure that that's okay.
One, like I said, Herb said, we have many, but one story that really sticks out for me is I called home for this dad said, listen, I'm a single dad. I leave at 6 a.m., but he's telling me that the bus leaves every day. He stands out there for 30 minutes and the bus leaves, and I thought, well, I don't know about that. So I said to the dad, is there a possibility that he's out there too early? Because he was saying, I kept seeing the bus pass me by. And he said, well, I don't know. That's when he said, I have to be at work at 6 a.m. And I said, well, let's do a little digging, do a little research. Let me call back, I'll call you back. So I reached out to transportation. I did some digging and realized that his bus didn't come till, I think it was 6:40. But he's been out there, he was out there at 6 a.m., would stand out there for 20 minutes and then just walk back in the house. And that little guy has been to school ever since I made that phone call and just did a little digging for the dad. So sometimes the parents just need that. Like, he's a single dad, he just needs someone to go, hey, maybe this is happening. And he's catching his bus and he's getting to school. But I have one little thing I want to say, if that's okay. Okay. I'm newer, I've said this to you guys before, I'm newer to this district, but I'm not new to an attendance position. I always kind of say attendance is my baby. I do love attendance. I realize the importance of it. And so, Dr. E, I want to thank you because when you learned of the attendance problem in this district, you just did it. You just said, I'm going to fix it, and you did it. You didn't just talk about it. You did it. And it's a problem statewide, and it's a problem that's really impacting our students. And so I just want to thank you for someone who's been attendance before somewhere else and then now here. Thank you. Thank you for doing.
For doing, right? Okay, and then I did, but I just want to say, it's been a long night, but I think that my greatest victory is the students looking for me when they come to school, to know that you built those relationships, and now when they come to school, they stop by and wave, and then, so that is huge for me, so that was mine.
Thank you. No, thank you. We appreciate that. At the end of the year, you can come back and we can do it again. Thank you. And Judge Oakley, we see you back there. Thank you for your support. It's been remarkable. It's been remarkable working with you. We'll see
Madam
you next week.
President, I have a question for the team, though, to this,
was trying to get
if I
to
may. Sorry. Okay, so we heard about how from the beginning until now, once interventions were placed, we saw the graph of the improvement. My question is we know about the interventions as far as citations to families and going to the court and having the meetings here. What have you found out in talking to students, talking to families about why they're late? I know we've heard some about students don't come because they're bullied, or others maybe are homeless. So what have we learned about those reasons why students don't attend, and what interventions have been put in place for them?
So with a student at the high school, it was health issues, and I referred the parent or advised the parent to have a doctor's note brought in so that it is on file within the school, because it is a health issue that the student have. And I talked to the student because the student was somewhat embarrassed. And as we talked, and the student and mom could understand what steps need to be taken, they have done just that. And again, the resources of making sure that you're speaking to for early college, you're speaking to Dr. Pachota, you're speaking to your counselor and the social worker. So, and then emailing them so that they also understand that they may have to pull that student aside and talk with them and put other plans in place for that student.
Thank you. Sue?
Thank you for all of the information. I do have two questions. And you had just touched on counselors and social workers. So when you are addressing students, do you bring in the counselors and the social workers to help understand their issues, their possibilities of mental, social issues that they have? And you did touch on that you do bring them in. What about IEPs, 504 plans? How are those addressed? And then my last question is, were the absences prior to the rollout of the attendance policy, were those pushed aside and we're moving forward? Because I've had parents say, oh, well, my son was absent a lot prior to this rollout, and now I'm getting in trouble because of those past, not moving forward.
Well, I'm going to say it's a little bit of both. So you don't want us, although we didn't implement and roll this out until November 13th, and we gave everyone a clean slate.
Right.
However, you have some students that had already missed 30 days of school. So yes, you want to give them a clean slate, but we need to address it because, like I've told some students, you're not even ready to go into second semester of 8th grade because you've missed too much school. You don't know what's going on. So it's a little bit of both, and we kind of use our discretion. If you have a student that is out ill, or people take vacations, or if there's an issue, that's one thing, but, well, he didn't want to get up, that's something totally different. And there was more of that in the beginning, and then when we start intervening, you do see less of that.
So were any of those with the habitual absences prior to November 13th issued citations because of their attendance prior to November 13th?
No.
Okay,
No.
thank you.
No.
Madam President.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for that information. It's very informative, and I'm happy to know that we're taking those major steps in terms of looking at what we should be doing with our Romulus Community Schools and attendance, because it is a national issue, a national problem, and we have partnered with our city official and the judge in seeing that we're doing something. But I do have two things. One is, when you spoke of the challenges, you said something with the Parent Connect system. That was a challenge with some parents, whatever. Is that due to the fact of the lack of technology? Because we as a district, we have done some things to ratify that condition so that all our students would have the type of devices so that they could utilize that. So what did you find in terms of them not, or did you not get that far? It was just...
Well, again, everybody's situation is different, so you try to do it on an individual basis, and what may be going on in this household may not be what's going on in this household. And although you can have things put in place like technology, you have to get parents to utilize it. And sometimes that is the issue. But I can't even say that they would always be forthcoming and saying, well, I
They
didn't
didn't know
want to.
how.
Yeah,
Okay.
you just try to build the relationship so that you can help as much as you can, and you find out slowly what's going on.
Okay, thank you. And my next question has to do with the clarification of what it means when a person gets a citation. I'm still hearing in the community the misunderstanding of if my child was to get a citation and go before the judge and the court, that's the beginning start of a record. Okay, and so we need to have some clarification, in terms of what exactly does that mean for those who do not have that clarification yet. Thank you, Judge. Okay, I thought I can get you up here.
We'll do it.
Okay.
Let's clarify that.
Yeah, please.
First of all, even if a child, when I say child, I mean under 18. Oh, I'm sorry. Got it. So, if a child commits a crime, if they rob somebody and they're under 18, that's not going to result in a record. Under very rare circumstances where the prosecutor's office will prosecute a juvenile as an adult. Very rare. So what we're talking about is, first of all, in most cases, those 14 citations, most of those were not written to the student. Most of those were written to the parent or guardian because it's a parental responsibility ticket, all right? Now, let's get to the situation where I think it was at the first meeting, we talked to one mother who had an older student, and I said, maybe it's time for her to have a ticket. Was that our first meeting, I think? Because, you know, if you've got a 15-year-old, and I think the example I used, if, you know, mom's got a 15-year-old and he outweighs her by 50 pounds and he's 6 inches taller, she's probably not forcing him to go to school anymore. So maybe the 15-year-old needs to be in my system. And since 2000, the 34th District Court has been one of only 4 district courts in the state of Michigan, or in the county of Wayne, that handle juvenile files. We started out as a consent program, still mainly consent program. But we will actually handle misdemeanor cases where a juvenile has been charged with a crime by, for example, the city of Romulus prosecutor. In those cases, that is not going to result in a permanent record because it's a juvenile offense. So, I'm sure that's a misconception because I've talked to parents since 2020 that, oh, I don't want my kid in trouble. I don't want him to have a record. You're not going to have a record. That's why we're doing it this way, right? Long answer. I hope that handles it. There's not, that's not what it's about. We're not looking for numbers.
Thank you for.
Well, yeah, we are. We're looking for those kind of numbers. But we're not looking for case numbers.
Well, thank you for that
You're
clarification.
welcome. I'm glad I was here.
Okay.
Could we have a clarification, because I don't understand. I know we have different groups that are working toward improving attendance. We have the attendance liaisons, is that the name? Attendance liaisons. We also have an SRO, and then we have an administrator, you know. So my question is, because we've heard a lot about the videos that surfaced over at Tardy, I didn't see, and I didn't see all the videos, but the ones I saw, I didn't see attendance liaisons or an SRO. So talking about the student who came in tardy. So I would just like to better understand what are the individual roles as it relates to student attendance, when they're late, when there's absences, who is the one developing the relationship with the student and the families?
Okay, may I have clarification? You say you saw videos and you didn't see I'm not sure what you.
Right, so I don't know if you were here earlier, but we heard all about this, at the high school and yelling over tardies. And so in that case, there was an administrator who was dealing with students coming in late. And in the video, we keep hearing, where's officer, our SRO over and over. And we didn't see the SRO, who originally we were under the understanding that that person also helps with truancy attendance. And we didn't see, an attendance, and I'm not blaming you, I'm asking. We didn't see an attendance agent take that student who was late and say, hey, why were you late? And have that conversation through the relational.
Okay, yeah, and we wouldn't pull the student that's administrative. We are trying to stop,
Yeah, because we were told you guys that the attendance liaisons couldn't do other things because you were handling so much tardy. So I did not know that had changed. So, I didn't know that had changed. That's why I'm asking.
I don't know if it ever was that. We have always been.
Oh.
We deal with absenteeism because that is the issue at hand right this second, and we're trying to roll a program out to help deal with that.
We were told they couldn't do their job because they were handling so many tardies
Right. No, that's.
at this table.
But I think I know what you're talking about when you
Okay.
say tardies. When you say tardies, they wanted a person in that attendance office to take calls for tardies, which, especially at the high school, you got too many to deal with. You cannot take phone calls for tardies and do this job. That is a job by itself, the attendance person to take phone calls. So maybe that is what you were.
Yeah.
Mr. Buckley was helping out.
Yeah, and so was Denise.
initial, like just helping.
Yeah.
We weren't trying to do that.
Okay.
Right, you're right.
All right.
We have both.
We got all of that going on.
I want to say thank you so much to the team for the presentation. Your energy is the bomb. Yes. Your energy is the bomb. But I just want to thank the 5 of you for your hard work, your diligence. Judge Oakley, for stepping up because, as we all know, attendance is an issue. And our babies cannot graduate. And getting them, like someone stated, about the correlation between attendance and their grades. how it works hand in hand, they are, for them to be successful. So I just want to commend the 5 of you for your hard work, the team as a whole, Judge Oakley, the city, so that we can move our district forward and get our students educated and be productive citizens.
And we will.
Thank you so much.
We'll work all together.
That's
It'll be
right.
all right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next on the agenda is our consent agenda. Be it resolved that the Board of Education approves the January 29th, 2024 consent agenda as presented. Matters listed under the consent agenda are considered routine in nature by the Board of Education and will be acted upon by one motion. There will be no separate discussion on these items. If any member of the board or any citizen requests discussion of an item, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and will become the first item of business under the report of the superintendent portion. A is approval of the minutes of the Board of Education's January 8th, 2024 regular board meeting. B, approval of personnel actions as submitted by Human Resources Director Mr. Kevin Brock, the employment of Marissa Bailey Johnson, counselor at the high school, Enrique Rembert, culinary arts and hospitality instructor at the high school, Candace Job. We have one meeting, please. We have one meeting, please. Thank you. Candace Job, general education social worker at Romulus Middle School. Lily Andrea Knox, custodian at Romulus Community Schools. David Robbins, custodian at Romulus High School.
Support.
I have a motion by Wester, supported by Kennard. Any discussion?
Madam Chair, I do have one question. For the culinary arts and hospitality instructor at Romulus High School, is this a full-time 5 hours position, or is it just a certain number of sections for this?
Full-time.
Okay. And will this be used as an elective or only for students on track?
Elective. Any other questions?
Yeah, I just want to make sure we're understanding, if it's used as an elective, then we cannot use specific CTE funds if it's not an on-track program. If we're using it, okay, and then could we just get also, maybe by next meeting, I'm glad that we're doing this. This has been needed, a list of how many students are enrolled in each hour.
Thank you. Can we get a roll call?
Madam President, I have a question. When was it determined that we will not be getting a payables with our agenda at every meeting? A list of payments to approve? It's now being said that we're doing it every 30 days.
Dr. Gistinger sent an email to the board that was the practice that she'd like because we need to pay our bills.
I understand that, but we as a board should approve that, because now we're only getting payments once a month, and we're looking at payables that were paid a month ago, rather than this is a board meeting. This is our business that we are conducting. And to have someone say, I'm not providing that, or this is what I would like to do, should be up to the board to request that change or approve that change.
That was addressed previously, because there's an email where we questioned that, and we said that is something that comes to the board twice a month, the bills for payment, because they are being paid. We're just seeing them too late after the fact. And the response was, well, then we'll continue bringing them twice a month. And I appreciate your response to that. So the question is, now why has that changed? Like, why do we go through the same? And can we?
Has the finance subcommittee had any conversation about this?
No, we have not.
Thank you.
So Dr. Gistinger, every other week.
Every meeting?
Yeah, every meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will make sure those are there. Thank you. Roll call vote.
I'm sorry, who supported Kennard?
Yes. Kennard.
Kennard?
Yes.
Piles, yes. Evans?
Yes.
Laster?
Yes.
Davis?
Yes.
Wester?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Next is the report of the superintendent, Dr.
you.
Edmondson.
Appreciate it. So we have Mr. White here. I was going to have him speak briefly, period, but we don't need to do that. He has a meet and greet tomorrow. Those that'd like to see him, we already have 40 people that have signed up. I'm glad to see it. We have Mr. Ivan Branson here, too, who will be at our middle school as a building administrator interim. He will have a meet and greet. He's going to meet with the staff. We haven't even done that yet, so because it's not in front of you, you haven't voted yet. But that's our goal, is to bring Mr. Branson as well. Didn't expect him here, but it's good to see you. And then we have Mr. Jason Perkins, who's started officially today. He's in the back, and he too will get a meet and greet. So I want to thank you, gentlemen here. So Mr. White, you're more than welcome tomorrow. You know, you have center stage, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate all the parents. Everybody that sent me something, parents sent me something, I have no problem. That's my job, okay? And I will tell you, in my job, I've fallen out with friends. Happens. It's business. It's just that simple. I'm not here to protect not one person here. Do your job, period. Do your job. I meet with the middle school staff. I talk to all staff. It is what it is. I expect, well, I'll just move on to the next thing.
I'm sorry, Dr. Edmondson, before you move on, can we submit questions to that, or do we come at the end of your report?
To submit questions to what?
About,
Falling out with friends?
no, I know, there was an article about that. No, but, no, my question is I know it's been asked at the table, and it's also been asked here tonight about if Mr. White has certification, and Administrator Certain, I know that you said it was reciprocal with Texas, and we were
He's
going
on
to
that.
get an update on that, so,
Mr. Brock can give that, but Mr. White is on a, I don't know if it's interim or if it's an interim certificate administration. He has a certificate. He's had one. I don't know if that expired. I think it expired. But through HR, we had to do the right process, and he is going through the same as another principal. They're going through an interim process. So I can say that. Mr. Brock is more than welcome to say it at that time. But I'd like to, thank you.
thank you.
Surely. And valid question. Valid question. So I have a few things. I actually wrote things down today because I just wanted to stay consistent today. The vision that I've had for this school district is that Romulus Community Schools will be the first high-performing urban school district in the United States based on student achievement, teacher expectations, parental involvement, and business and community engagement. That's what I expect. And I've said it, and I will continue to say it. If that's not what the community wants, I'm not your guy, and I'm all right with that. Okay? I believe that we can be the first high-performing urban school district. I believe in my heart. I know it. Most of the kids are, frankly, I'm going to say it, they're African-American. They look like me. It's hard enough out there, okay? We need to have high standards for our kids. That doesn't mean you have to yell at them or treat them like anything, but you have to have high standards for them, high expectations. When you raise the level of expectation for kids, they will meet it. When it's low, they will meet that too. And that is your choice. That's not my choice. I don't live in Romulus either, but I act like I live in Romulus, and that's what I would expect, that all kids achieve at a high level. Can it happen? It does. But just like any program, and I needed to throw this in, we've had the Detroit Tigers losing team for 30 years. It can change. Lions. What did I say? Tigers? 40. No, I'm sorry. 20. Well, you all get the point, okay? And the point is that leadership matters. Leaders can come in and change the culture of a place. If you don't want it, that's okay. It is okay. I'm not going to argue. I don't sit there and argue my worth. I'm never going to argue my worth because I don't have to. But that's something that we need to think about. So what I wrote down was, how do you measure that? How do you measure student achievement? I think that's easy. But how do you measure teacher expectations? I don't know. I really don't know. I know when I see it. I know when I see it. But I don't know if I could necessarily quantify it. Parental involvement. I do believe that we could quantify parental involvement. How? Something as simple as a steering committee. I didn't have to beg not one parent, not one. Plenty of parents contacted me wanting to be a part of this steering committee, and I appreciate that so much. It's not about me, it's about moving the district forward. Okay, there are other things that we could, as a board or as a community, we could determine what is high parental involvement. My whole dissertation is on parental involvement. There's good kind and there's kind that really doesn't matter. But I don't talk about that here. I'm not talking about my research or me. Business and community engagement, what does that look like? We could probably quantify by money, no, maybe. But we could also look at things like, are they participating in our partnerships, these internships that we have for seniors? It's a lot of things that we can do. And I would hope, moving forward for the district, that that's what you want too. Okay, that's just mine. That's my personal vision. It's not the district's. A strategic plan, we have that process. We're going to have to figure that out. But I am driven to be the first high-performing urban school district because I believe it. The parent that got up, please don't leave. I'll beg you. Okay, and we can certainly talk. I don't have a problem. And I am accessible to anyone. I don't hide from anybody. I don't ever need to hide from anybody. I'm around this community all the time, and I will continue to be, okay? So I just wanted to share those things. Also, if you were to ask me my mission statement, or what's the mission statement that I have for students, I want to instill the work ethic, the skill set, the attitude, and problem solving in all of our kids so that they can be successful. That's what we want. They don't have the right attitude, it's not going to work. They're not going to be successful. You can have all the other three things, it's not going to happen. If you don't have a work ethic and you have the other three, it's not going to happen. And particularly being a person of color, and I'm never going back down from that. We've got to have all four. That's not to say everybody else doesn't, but I'm Black. I can tell you, it's hard out there. We need to have those four things for our kids. And I'm not going to back down from that for the community. But if that's not what you want, I get it. I get it. Nobody's mad. I'm not mad at you. Y'all aren't mad with me. I put down here, I think the district is at a crossroads right now. 2024, we're at a crossroads. Something that you all as a board should know is that in Michigan, since 2016 to 2026, in that 10-year gap, we were supposed to have 8% loss of student attendance. It has happened across the state of Michigan. 8%. People aren't coming to Michigan. They're leaving Michigan. No district, I mean, okay, maybe we get 50 this year and we lose 75. Then somebody else gets 72 and then they lose. We're all playing this little shell game. But overall, you can expect that there's going to be a loss of students in Michigan. It's not necessarily about your school district. It's just people not staying in Michigan. Give me a chance, I'm out too. In 10 years, I'm gone. You can have it. But those are some things that you should understand in terms of trends. But when I go back to the crossroads, I have a few things written down. Strategic plan crossroad, leadership crossroad, Board of Education election crossroads, bond crossroads, culture and climate crossroads. That's what's challenging. That's what's the challenge of all of us at this table, the 7 of us. That's our challenge. They're not going to go away no matter what. These things are a challenge for us, and we have to solve them. Hopefully we solve them collaboratively. I would expect that we do. But I also have a job too, not only to you, but to this district to move it forward. And I will try my best to move it forward. The other day, I had a parent call me and say that their child was kicked out because he had a jacket on. Okay, I respect that. So what I do as the superintendent, I need you to know as a parent, I go into MyStar and I pull your discipline. Because I use discipline to determine preponderance of evidence, which is a light standard for schools. Schools don't do reasonable doubt. We don't have to do that. But we do preponderance of evidence. Is it more likely than not that it happened? So that particular parent that called me, I don't know the kid at all. So I pull it, 11 pages of discipline. Disrespectful, disruptive, fighting, cussing out teachers. So I called the parent and I said, preponderance of evidence suggests that it wasn't the jacket that sent him home. It wasn't the jacket. There's no way when you have 11 pages that I can sit there and say that it was something different, because the preponderance of evidence suggests otherwise. And maybe in that case, the kid didn't do it but it's unlikely. And that's why schools have that standard. It is different than outside. I don't have to use the standard of reasonable doubt. When it comes to me, it's the preponderance of evidence. I'll certainly talk to the student when it gets to that point, but you have to know, okay, your discipline doesn't lie. You might, but your discipline doesn't. And it does follow us everywhere we go. If I go for a job, guess what? What's in your discipline file? I look, nothing. Thank you, Judy, and everybody else. Appreciate that. Thank you. There's nothing in there. But people have the right to do that. So it's the preponderance of evidence. I was in the high school. I was there. I can tell you this. Some AirPods flew across the hallway. I grabbed it, and I carried it. I didn't know whose it was. I walked around the school. Guess what? The kid found me. I gave it to him. I said, I know they were yours. They were somebody's. And then he left, and then I'm still walking around. The bell rings. Uh-oh. Guess who called him? Mr. White. And I saw the kid. He was like, and I went to Mr. White. He can tell you. I said, I'm a vouch for that kid. Okay? He found me. He did exactly what he was supposed to do. If I lost my AirPods, I'm going to go try to find them too. And he did, and I vouched for him. But I do expect students to be on time. No, I don't like the yelling. That's not even my personality. I don't do that. That's not me. That's not who I am. I deal with kids differently. But if we get the same result, I'm just saying, sometimes we got to press the brake. Sometimes we got to press the accelerator. The school needed the accelerator. We've had the brakes for a long time. We've had the brakes. I will encourage anyone, as I did in the middle school, to go visit. I've met with students, not teachers. I've met with the teachers. They're going to say what they say, but I talk to kids too. Okay? I talk to kids. And I talked to a high-flying kid and said, Mr. White is strict, but we need it. That's what he said. He's strict. He said, it doesn't really impact me. And now I said, yes, it does. Because what I said to him is, if you go to school, you're in high school, you're taking econ, and the next kid is taking econ at Livonia, hypothetically. And every day for 15 minutes, my teacher gets interrupted by kids coming in late. But not at Livonia, and this is what happens. Same class. And now we're competing against each other. How can our kids compete? How can they compete? 15 minutes every single day. This is what happens. I explain it to kids, and I explain it to parents. How's that fair? How's that fair to the 30 kids that come to school every day to get their education, and they're depending on us? How is that fair? It's not. Now, lastly about this, I was at the basketball game on Friday, not Saturday. Friday. I wish I was there for Saturday. But Friday. All the cheerleaders sat next to me. I thought that was fascinating. Like, wow, they sit next to me. Uh-oh. And they were like, Dr. E. Two of them in particular sat down with me and said, we're very good students. How long is Mr. White staying? How long do we have to go through this? I said, probably a week. I said, probably a week left. I said, tell me the culture hasn't changed. She said, it has absolutely changed. She said, you walk through that school, and I can tell you, you walk through the school, you will not see a kid in a hallway. Not one. Not one. That's what I expect. That's what school is supposed to be. You're supposed to have a good time. Absolutely, you're supposed to have a good time. But you're supposed to be on time. And as Miss Barber, she's gone now. Miss Barber and I used to work together for years. She used to say, you're practicing to be that kind of adult. And if schools allow you to practice poor behaviors for 12 years straight, then guess what kind of adult they are? It happens. I'm trying to stop it. I want more for kids. I want everything for my own kids, and I want everything for your kids. I'm not always going to do things right. He's not going to always do things right. None of us are always going to do things right. But guess what? When I talked to those two kids, they too said, we need what he has. But I said to them, he's leaving. He's gone in June. But we need what he has. Now, the theatrics and the antics, that's not me. We're different. It's not me. It's not. It's not how I deal with kids. I felt great that as the superintendent, I'm sitting down and kids sit next to me to talk to me as the superintendent. Come on now. That's what we want for our kids. We want them to be leaders. I'm not here to defend Michael White. I'm not. But when I start seeing achievement needle move, it's everything that I expected. We need that achievement needle to move. And you know what? Next week, in 2 weeks or 3 weeks, we'll have the NWEA data for you from the middle school, not the high school, the middle school. So I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful. And I encourage every board member, if you have any free time, stop by unannounced, not announced, unannounced. Okay, and I was there, and Sandy Tenney said the 6-foot guy, skinny or dressed up or whatever. I walked her through. I just walked her through. I was there, and we walked through. She told me what things used to look like and how things are now. And there was trash. Okay, you can't be proud of your school if you can be trashing it. And the same thing that I say to kids in your community. You trash your community, you don't care about your community either. So I just want to share those things. That we're at a crossroads. And I'm thankful for those of you that want to participate in the steering committee and move us forward, because we're going to move us forward. But we are definitely in the crossroads, and all 8 of us at this table are going to be those who are held responsible for where we're going. And I know we're going to do a great job, and I'm excited about working with you to do it. Next, activism. I thank those parents at 380 kids, 400 is probably at 450 now, that put together a petition. Great, good. That's what I want. I want parent involvement. I want you to know what's going on at the middle school, and that's what we want. It's just a way to do it. There's nothing wrong with that, okay? Ask. I mean, the parent met with Mr. White, didn't like it. Okay, I wasn't there. I get it. I get it. But we want our parents and students to be active. I'm not upset about that. I want them to be active. We want them to know what's going on. I want parents to see what's going on. I want parents, if you're upset, that's fine. Come into school and see what we're doing. But I also want you to care about student achievement. When we're getting poor grades, when we're not getting attendance, why aren't we busting down the door? Why aren't we writing a petition about that? We ought to, because it matters. But please don't ever think that I don't appreciate activism, because I know what it can do. So keep it up. To the parents, keep it up. Those that complain about them, come to his open house. We only have 40. Only? We've got 400 people on a petition, but 40 that want to come and do a meet and greet. We have some work to do. I'm not justifying. I don't have to defend anyone. And everybody knows I say that. I don't have to. That's the activism. Now, security update. Today we had a great audio enhancement presentation. 20 years ago, I worked for Wayne Westland, and they had audio enhancement. Oh, outstanding. Audio enhancement is like an audio system that you can go into any classroom, and kids can hear and things. But in 20 years, they've upgraded so much. I don't know, did we ever have it here? I don't think so. Audio enhancement. So it's really for kids. It started because the owner's child was deaf. She had 2 children that were deaf. So audio enhancement is teachers carry this little thing up here. It's got their speakers in the room, and you don't have to yell. You don't have to say, you just speak, and kids can hear you clearly. It's awesome. But now the capabilities for security are unmatched, what I saw today. Unmatched. And I'm going to ask the board to look at it because I'm so excited. It costs money. But this thing, we're talking about security, where I can look at a screen and I can see what's going on. I just press a button and I can talk to all the kids from here. I can talk to kids. I can say, okay, I want to talk to room 207 over at the high school. Boom, I can do it. If there's an intruder, a teacher has to just press a button and it goes off. What I saw today is a game changer for our community. I'm sitting here wondering like, oh, I got to get a weapons detection. Oh, I still think we should have weapons detection, just so we're clear. But I want to show you what I saw today. You want to talk about keeping students and staff safe? We don't have to look any further. And I had it in Wayne Westland, but they didn't. That was 20 years ago. They didn't have all that stuff. But it is a knockout, and I can't wait to show you. But it's got to be it's a presentation, but it's a knockout. So we did that today. So I just wanted to share that in terms of security. I have another idea now. I'm like, okay, I'd like to work with a law enforcement officer or somebody that did law enforcement and contract who can work with our staff, kind of oversee them. One person, not a committee, not a company, nothing. Just somebody who maybe has his or And I mean, it was a lot of yelling and stuff going on, but just if you think about security wise, like you said, I kept hearing Officer Cofield just like you did. Like, where is the dude? No disrespect. I'm sorry to put it up, but I was, and so were you. And we have ambassadors that are in there that were there. I saw one of them on camera. But what is he doing? We please.
Well, and you and I had a conversation. The person that took the initiative to call RPD was a custodian or
He's
lead
not a custodian.
Yeah, but director,
Yes.
yeah.
He's-
So we
yes,
have ambassadors.
No, he's not in. Yes, he's not in security.
Right,
He's not
but
in
no,
security.
but this person stepped in.
Yes. Yeah. So I just wanted to share that with you. If you, I don't want to say trust me. I'm not going to say that, but I'm trying to work on that. I'm trying to move on it fast. We all need to feel safe and secure. And even in this building, as I said, we get all the negativity that comes through this door. Every piece of it comes through. But I tell you, they leave smiling because parents want to be heard. Okay. You listen to them and you act. You don't just sit there and do nothing. You act. If somebody is not doing their job, we do have to address that. And for the board, I promise you, particularly if it gets to me, I absolutely address it. It doesn't mean somebody has to lose their job, but you have to address it. We have a board member here that's been very vocal and very communicative with me about the attendance. Attendance, getting phone calls. I appreciate that. So I'm on it. I went and I visited the school to talk to the secretary to like, yo, what's up? Come on now. But we're all on the same team. I got to say that. We're all on the same team because in my job, yeah, it's great money. Thank you. I appreciate that. But I have the biggest headaches in the district and I have the biggest aspirants in the district because everything flows through me. Doesn't matter what day it is, Saturday or Sunday, I still have to answer the phone depending on what I'm doing. But quiet, Sue. Good try. I knew you were gonna say that. I knew she was gonna say that. No, I did not. No, she knows. Last couple things. Achievement update is coming. Dr. Gardner and the TLP team been working on that. I'm very excited about that. One of the things that I'm going to challenge her, she doesn't know I'm going to say this, but to you, I think as a board, because frankly, we used to do this in a different district. I won't say Mr. Brock. I won't say what district. But we had grade distributions. How many A's are given out? How many B's? How many C's? How many D's and how many E's per school? Okay. And when I was in another district, per teacher. Per teacher. And you shouldn't hide from it. You're a teacher. It is what it is. You don't hide from it. So I'm going to try to see if I know we can get it. I just want to see when we can get it. But you deserve it, and so do I, because I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. So I'm going to work on those things. And the last thing, well, two things, but I want to get to the transportation RFP at some point. I mean, if we're going to talk about it, I'll talk about it when we need to talk about it. I just want to talk before we move forward on that. But also, I just thank the board, whether you supported me or not, and whether you do or you don't. I thank you. February 1st is my 1 year here back. I've had an outstanding time. And I mean that. I'm definitely not going to get emotional about it, but I thank you. I'm just not going to do it. But I thank you for giving me an opportunity to come back here and do this work. And again, this is no political, I'm not playing this game. If I'm not the person, I'm all right with that. I am so thankful and blessed to have this opportunity again here at Romulus. So I thank you. February 1st is when that'll be the 1 year. And then my last thing is February 15th and 16th. Thank you, Trustee Piles, Secretary Piles, for telling me to bring Dr. Edmondson, 88-year-old Dr. Edmondson, back. So I'm bringing him back. 15th and 16th. I'm bringing him back to talk about growing up in Jim Crow, Alabama. Jim Crow times in Alabama. He's going to be here. And I thank you. And even if you didn't, I know the power of what that is. So he'll be here to talk to the middle school and high school. And I talked to the mayor. And we're going to try to bring in the city. We're going to do something for the city.
Could we open that up and maybe make it a speaker series for the community so that parents, if they want to come?
Oh, no, for him, yeah. But I was like, if it's the speakers, I don't know who's next after him. But yes.
No, I'm talking about as we bring in people to speak, maybe
Yeah, I think
set
that's
it up as
important.
a speaker series so that,
So there'll be one during the day, another during the day, and in the evening. But the thing that I say to everybody, my dad is 88, and he's tired. so he's willing to do this again and share his time with you all. So thank you all who got to see him before, and thank you, seriously, Secretary Piles, for suggesting that.
Thank you for bringing them. Before you end on that, I know you talked about getting us by teacher grades. Could we also get ODR and suspension data by teacher also?
Ooh, yeah. I mean, that's fine.
At all, at all, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, first of all, we don't need to hide from data. I mean, it is what it is. So,
Right.
I mean, it says
Because
a lot.
a lot
Yes.
of times it can be stereotypes. It can be, yeah, we need to be courageous enough to delve down in that.
In another district, they did it by race. That was.
Well, state reports require us to do that.
Okay, so Dr. Edmonds, I'm sorry, Madam President. Dr. Edmondson, before we get into the resolution regarding financing and building projects and additional hiring of positions, is it possible for us to go through the budget questions that those of us that were not here, since Ms. Gistinger is here, I hate to put her on at the microphone again, but those of us that weren't here, I'm sure, I know I have questions, and I don't know if other board members do.
Dr. Gistinger, would you mind coming up, please? Thank you. She can handle all that. Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Evans. Thank you.
I am. I was like, okay, well, okay. No, I want to do it before. I want to do the budget
Okay, let's do budget, okay.
because this has a lot, this is all finance, so.
Budget.
Okay. All right, so, excuse us, we're in full session.
We're still in session. Thank you.
Thank you very much for answering questions. If I would have known, I would have been here in full force at 5:30, trust me. I flew in at 3 o'clock, so.
Thank you.
So I have a question on the second line item, child care. Can you give me a background of where we're getting that income from, please?
So this was already answered in an email. We get it from parents as well as the state of Michigan.
From parents in the state of Michigan, okay? And so there was the original budget for transportation said 0. And now we're only at $303,000 for transportation. That's not our entire district transportation expense, correct?
That's revenue.
Can you,
So that's revenue.
and how do we get a revenue for transportation?
So this is a brand new categorical in our State Aid Foundation status report. And that's why there's a 0 budget in your original budget, because it was not anticipated that that was going to be carved out in the governor's budget, and here we are.
Okay.
So we're getting $303,000.
Very good, thank you. And then the enrollment stabilization, is that the combination?
Same deal. So that's in the governor's budget, and that's because we have been in a state of declining enrollment.
Okay, is it the blended? Or is that something different than the blended enrollment?
It's something different.
Okay. Very good. And then ESSER 3, how did we inflate ESSER $3 million? Well, it's 2.7 million from June until now.
Sure. So when the original budget was projected, we didn't have a clue where we stood with our spending as we wound up the 22-23 school year.
Okay.
So when the budget was projected, and I'm only assuming, we put a target in there for what we thought was left to spend, but we have until September of 2024 to spend that money. So we put all the rest of the balance in the budget during the amendment.
So was there money that wasn't spent previously in ESSER 3, so now you're assigning it?
And it's all the remainder is in the budget.
Okay, and of that, there's how much, 4 point what for staffing in ESER 3?
I don't know the exact number.
Debbie, you got the email, right?
I was going to ask that question too. Thank you, Trustee Evans. And I'll look it up because I know that is one of the questions I asked when we saw the ESSER budget. And I had asked that currently, what is the total amount of salary expense, all of our benefits, ORS, all being paid for in this school year with ESSER 3? And I'll look it up, but I believe your response was $4.2 million. So my question is if we currently have $4.2 million that of ongoing expense being paid for with ESSER $3, but we see that you're projecting that our fund balance at the end of the year is 3.2. My question is, how do we absorb 4.2 back into general fund along with our other expenses and remain solvent?
So we will address that issue in the budget planning for the 24-25 school year.
So, but here's the thing is, we, and I know, and I forgot his name, at the state, starts with a W, has been...
Kevin Walters.
Yes, has been telling districts since the beginning of COVID funds, plan now because September 2024, this ends.
Exactly.
And we have been requesting that here, and it hasn't been done. So if we know that right now...
We haven't begun the planning for our 24-25 school year. So if you're saying it hasn't been done, it's because we're just entering into the budget planning phase
No,
for the coming year.
Yes, I get that. So, but yet districts have been warned for since 2020 to plan for when that's gone. And now here we
will be
are.
very cognizant about heeding that warning.
Yep, so here we are 8 months prior. We've got 8 months before it runs out, and we see that, and I just asked for the salary expense. I don't know what other reoccurring expenses are in there, but the math shows that just salary expense, 4.2 million, and yet we're projected of a fund balance of 3.2. My question is, how would that be addressed, with layoffs? And if so, are we talking about, because a lot of our teaching staff and support staff is rolled into that, and that's where the biggest impact happens. So we can't wait until June for this, because every meeting, we're being brought recommendations for new salaries, new positions, and it's like we're already in the
Again,
red.
when we start planning for the 24-25 school year, which will be coming up shortly, we will incorporate all of those changes into that budget. We have no intention of rolling those costs over into the general fund because, as you pointed out, it can't sustain that.
Right.
So what do we do
I'm
with
sorry,
those
Ms.
salaries?
Evans, may I ask, I have one more question, because
Interrupted me.
because when we received our audit report, and I forget the auditor's name, but because we went from an 18% fund balance in January to 6% 6 months later in June, he was asked, based on that drastic drop in fund balance and knowing that ESSER's running out and seeing where we are, would you recommend this Board of Education start discussing budget cuts? And his response was absolutely. And that was back last fall. And we still haven't. We're looking at things that don't balance. And we're not making cuts, we're making increases, and that's scary.
Okay, so I don't want to put any misinformation out there. Our budget does balance. We are planning on putting money into our fund balance this year. And so we can't say that the numbers aren't adding up or that they don't balance, because that's an inaccurate statement. And as we roll into our planning for the 24-25 school year, and I don't know how many different ways I can say this, we will definitely incorporate all of our strategies to make sure we have a balanced budget in 24-25 without our ESSER funds.
Okay, so then my last question, sorry, Trustee Evans, my last question is based on the amended budget that we've been presented with 3.103, and when we divide that by our expenses, that gives us a 6.65 fund balance. My question is, so we are less than 2 points away from state oversight. What does that equate to in a dollar amount?
I don't have the calculation with me. My phone is back there, and I use it as a calculator.
Could we get, I mean, and we don't have to
Well,
get it tonight, but
just-
is that something
you
that we
can
can
do the
get, like
calculation.
what dollar amount are we looking at?
So
that
all
if-
you need to
if
do
we
is take the 3 6.256 and multiply by 2%, and that will get you your number.
Okay.
Well, that's what she
Well,
says, is
I said we're
2%.
less than 2%, so multiply that times 1.35.
Okay, explain the logic. You said 2%. So that is what we would have to be below. To lose 2%, you're telling us that that's what our fund balance would have to be to keep us above the state threshold.
Above the 5%. We're at 6.65, so that means we're 1.35% away from the state, from being under 5%. So my question was, what is that dollar amount? And Ms. Gistinger said it is 3256707 times, and it's not 2%, we're under 2, it'd be 1.35. And that is $439,655. So it's 500,000.
And that would take away from that's what we would have to protect in our expenses.
If we spend if we spend $500,000 that we have not budgeted for, the state is here. So we need to be looking at what we've budgeted, and if we approve expenditures that haven't been included in the budget, then we also need to be looking at what are we going to cut so that we don't end up overspending by that amount and end up back under, after we've come out of deficit, going back there.
Can I ask this question? Does the balance, the expenditures for the amended budget, does that include the 1.2, either income or expenditures from sinking fund that has to be paid back?
So let me point out where that is in the budget. If you look at the bottom of page 3,
Which I'm at.
so do you see like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom in that middle column?
Transfer from sinking
Yep,
fund,
so you
yes.
see that number? Okay, so that's the incoming from the sinking fund into the general fund. If you flip to the sinking fund page, just get there.
$11, is that what you said, Darcel? Yes. Thank you.
You can see the outgoing in the sinking.
Correct. Okay, so where are we going to get the 1.2 million?
From the sinking fund.
Okay, so we have overspent. We only have 16,000 right now. How much are we targeted to spend for this next year?
So if you
in
look at
sinking?
page 11, do you see in the middle, about halfway up, it says total expenditures? 3.5 million. That
Correct.
includes the $1.2 million transfer.
Okay, but we overspent by how much? For 2 point?
Last year, 1,400,000 and something. I sent this number in email to all of you when I received that
When I
inquiry.
was in your office, wasn't it over 2 million?
No, it's never been over 2 million.
Okay. I'll pull my notes, because I'll pull my notes. Okay, so we are almost current then with the over expenditures of sinking fund,
That's right.
1.4 million. Okay, and then how are we, because every time a sinking fund project comes to us, the question has always been asked, are we within our boundaries? Are we within our budget? I know we have made major changes in how the invoices are coming forth, how we're approving, I've been told how we're approving invoices to be done, projects to be done. So how are we going to protect our sinking fund and protect our fund balance so that we don't overspend? Because we're getting something, if not tonight, in the near future, for room 507 to start to come forth, okay? That project was already approved in a previous budget. No, it wasn't. We talked about it, though. Barton Mallow presented, okay. So are we doing a start and breakdown? Every time we get invoices for a project, how are we going to target that? because it is very fearful from what we have seen in the past, how this has been done, and I've talked to Dr. Edmondson in detail about this. How are we going to protect our sinking funds so that what we promised the community was going to be done with our sinking fund is actually getting done without overextending costs on projects or saying, okay, we have this electrical bill, we're going to assign it to sinking fund. We've got another vendor that is sending us invoices, we're going to assign it to sinking fund. Do we have a grip on our operations? The new gentleman is back here. Are we going to have a chokehold on how our projects are done? How, okay, our operations are being
So
held?
it's a wonderful question. So just so you know, Jason and I work very closely together in Dearborn Heights. He is an excellent choice for a director of operations. Thank you for choosing him. He does look at his budget. We do meet all the time to go over our expenditures, and it will not be hard to not overspend the sinking fund. We get about $3.5 million every single year. Thank you to the support of our wonderful community. And how it got overspent in the past, I can't speak to. It was kind of the wild, wild west, a little bit around here.
Right.
Those days are over.
Okay.
Madam President, Mayor. Okay, so I just want to make sure that we are mindful of the fact that in previous meetings that we said, board members, that we were putting a hold on new projects for sinking funds. So what we're hearing, which and in to what you're speaking on, these are already committed. Are they already committed, or are these new? What are we?
So are you talking about room 10
Yes.
whatever?
507.
So that's going to start commencing in July. It's not going to hit this year's
So it'll be
budget.
in the next fiscal
That's right.
year, so that's the previous
Yes.
year, not current.
Right.
So that's not even.
Right.
So that's planning,
Yeah.
Trustee Evans.
Right, that's why I
That's
looked
a
at my
form of
agenda, and I'm
planning.
like, it's coming to us.
Okay.
Okay.
So it's not included in what we're talking
No.
about in
So
terms of
thank
the budget
goodness
now.
my bodyguard showed up.
Yeah.
Well, correct, but again, it's an example of, are we moving forward with projects, or are we waiting until our sinking fund is replenished in the fall?
And actually, what tool are you using? Because you should have a matrix, scheduled matrix of projects, and
Right.
those are project-driven, and it's aligned with your
Date-driven
budget.
project, yes.
With your expenditures. So I'm quite sure you have a system in place.
Great question. Yes, there is a matrix, and I'm familiar with the matrix. The matrix doesn't exist with us right now because the only project we've committed to is room 507. That's the only project that since I've been here that we've really discussed moving forward, and it's going to cross over fiscal years into the next fiscal year. So what you have before you tonight, and I can kind of jump ahead a little bit, to answer your question a couple of different ways, great question. One, we've already begun those processes. As you and I have spoken before, we have begun those processes even before Mr. Perkins started. We scrutinize every bill. I go through every invoice. Mr. Holt goes through every invoice. It gets signed off on not once, not twice, but 3 times, also by Dr. Gistinger. We have had a chokehold, as you have noticed, or maybe you haven't noticed, our Home Depot bill was 0. We are putting a lock on all of the spending in that department. We have to get a hold of it. It was, I don't want to say it was a wild, wild west, but it was definitely.
Good description.
I think it was definitely easy to apply certain things to the sinking fund because I think because you can. But just because you
bucket was
can
full.
doesn't mean you should, right? So that money was set aside by our community to do projects. And in the last year and a half, it's been dedicated to really 2 main functions is where I would put that. But moving forward, I scrutinize every bill that comes through the office. Now that will be Mr. Perkins' job. Now I bequeath that back to him, thank God, because I don't want to do that. I do about 20 to 25 invoices in the morning and about 15 to 20 in the afternoon, and I go through them, and if I have questions, I ask Ray Holt, I ask Maria, I ask Gina Lewis, who is back there. I get breakdown descriptions, and I want to know where the money's coming from, why are we spending it, and we all make notes on the invoices. So that process has begun, and it's been in place, I would say, probably since the end of November, beginning of November, sometime around there, where we had to decide to get to use your term, chokehold. right?
And-
There's
and-
got to be a chokehold on
And you
it.
and I have talked, and you are now implementing work orders. Is that true?
Yeah, we've always had a work order system, but I think what has happened since Mr. Holt has kind of embedded himself into that process, I think it's more streamlined. I think it's more efficient. And I think as Mr. Perkins gets a hold of it, it might even change again to be something maybe different. And I don't want to speak for him. He's up here. He's like, can I go up there and have a conversation? I said, absolutely. This is your show now. I get to turn this over to you. But there's some historical information that he
Welcome to Sue
doesn't
Evans.
have that you and I have talked about, that we've had conversations about. So, yes, to answer all of those questions, under Dr. Edmondson's leadership, we have realized the expenditures coming out and going up and being applied to sinking fund. Moving forward, we just can't do that. There are going to be some things that get applied to sinking fund, but we are on hold until next fiscal year.
But we can have a running total of our sinking fund assets and
Absolutely.
expenditures.
Absolutely.
You get that monthly in your financial statements.
Okay.
And to the matrix, yes, once we get back on track with our expenditures, we will be utilizing a matrix. We will have a breakdown of projects. The sinking fund committee should meet and decide what has the community, because you all have that knowledge of what the community voted on or what they expect coming out of sinking fund, to help guide us on what projects we can afford and what projects we can't afford. So absolutely.
Okay.
Great
All right,
questions.
very good. Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't know if you wanted to say something. I stole your thunder, maybe.
No, introduce.
The only way you overspend your sinking fund is by overspending your sinking fund. So. the best
Well,
way to-
yes and no.
So we're gonna
Because-
monitor that balance, and we're gonna very closely watch every single dollar that's coming out of that sinking fund from this point forward under my direction, which I have an experience in doing, so that's the plan here.
And there's other funds that,
Yeah, right, there's general funds for repairs, and then there's sinking fund for capital improvements and things like that, which, in my eyes, I'd like to plan that out. And we have a 3-year budget for sinking fund. There's no surprises with sinking fund. We have a process and a set amount per year to spend, and we plan out those projects for the future accordingly.
right,
Yeah.
okay. All right, okay, and then one of my last questions for Ms. Gistinger. Have we budgeted for buses whatsoever?
No.
Okay, and then, yes. Okay, and then from our bus transportation company, how many of our buses are going to be out of commission? We should be depreciating, which I don't have to tell you, depreciating them and setting that money aside over X amount of years in order to replace on a steady basis. Is there anything, when you walked through the door, did you see anything for busing? No. Okay. But we need to really, because, Lisa, were there any, when you were here last month, did we talk about depreciate, how many buses? We did not?
I know that we.
Superintendent Edmondson, can we find out from transportation how many buses we are depreciating, ready to dive? How many we need in the near future, or just futuristic requirements?
I don't know the number, but I know it's, I know.
You can get that, thank you. I asked her if she needed them, if she had them, and she said no. Right.
Can depreciating.
Because
that
they
we
were
need to
on a
replace.
rotation.
We're looking at least 5.
Five.
At least 5, off the top of my head, at least 5.
To be replaced
To be
when?
replaced as soon as possible.
How many are decommissioned of those 5? How many?
I have 3 sitting out there right now that are decommissioned because it's very costly to try to repair them. So they're just sitting out there, but they're not, we can't use them.
What does that do to our fleet requirement? I mean, do we have excess buses that we can use randomly? I don't mean to
No,
get off
yeah,
on a
no, you're
tangent,
fine.
but this is all,
Yeah, you're fine. Ask questions. The buses that we have out there, I have maybe 3 of them that have such a severe repair that needs to be done. We have not put it into it because of the age of the vehicle, which is like a 2000. You generally want to watch your time on your vehicles. You don't want them to age out.
Right.
10 years on a school bus is pushing it. I do try to follow RISA and follow the grants and everything to find out, hey, when can we push to get it? We have tried to get grants before in the past. We got put on a waiting list for the electric buses. We try to keep them going as best as possible, but it's getting to the point now where vehicles need to start, you need to get into a plan and a method of getting them replaced.
Thank you.
And we talked about that today at Cabinet. I said it's very much like our Chromebook turnover. Like, we need to have a plan put in place, and I know Mr. Dennison is working on that. And I know that transportation would be working on that as well. Another great reason to do a bond so that we can set forth a rotation on our buses. I don't remember how many it was we purchased a few years ago, but those are going to age out all at the same time. We
Didn't we purchase, our last one, didn't we purchase 10 at once
10, I
years
think,
ago
yes.
under two previous?
We did do under a grant, the last time we had some that qualified for the Volkswagen grant, where we went in and we had totally decommissioned buses and had towed out. I want to say there were 6. There were
Okay, 6, okay.
There were 6.
All right.
And 3 were minivan buses, like the little vans. 4 were, and then the other were the full-size buses. But we're getting to the point now with the IEPs that with the buses that come in, the IEPs are requiring air conditioning. So it's getting to that point where now when we bring it in, so we're not in violation, you have to have air conditioning on your
Right.
vehicles.
Okay.
There's, when you guys get down the road, I was gonna call you Dr. Edmondson. Transportation. But when you guys get down the road to doing that, there are different ways to fill the fleet, to cover a fleet that is aged. And that's my specialty. That's something that I'd be happy to sit down with any of you and work through. But there are lots of different ways to handle the costs of upgrading a fleet that don't involve just writing a big check. So if it comes to that point, and you ever want to sit down and talk about it, that's what I'm around for.
Thank you.
Are we still using the enhancement millage money when we would purchase buses? Because I know that we had earmarked that, and I don't know how many years are left on the enhancement millage, but we had actually earmarked that because we had to rotate so many years. And Ms. Evans, to your question, it was November 14th of 2022 that we decommissioned buses. But yeah, I know that we tried to be on a schedule where we were purchasing them as they were decommissioned, so that we wouldn't have, but thank you for that. So I guess, Maria, the next question then is, does this amended budget that you're proposing, where we have our transportation budget, is any of that allocated for purchasing, or going toward purchasing buses?
No.
Or is that just our cost of transporting? Okay.
Are there any other questions for Ms. Gitzinger?
Sorry, I think the enhancement millage is going back out. I believe it's 2024. I believe it's this year. Wayne County, across Wayne County. So I know they expect it to pass, but I would hope so.
One more question. For income, we have signed the sale for Merriman. And what has Beverly's been, has that gone? You haven't gotten any money, but, so where is that in the income line item?
It is not.
It is not. Okay, and has that account number been created for special projects for Future for Students?
It is not.
That's why that budget, that's why that motion had 10 line items on it. Yeah, so we need to make sure that before Merriman income comes in, that we have that special account created.
Yeah, that won't take long at all. Same day.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, well, we're on transportation. I know that we had talked about as a board, sorry, Portia. I know we had talked about last school year, one of the board's priorities was to provide transportation for all students in after-school programming. So if we could just get an update on what needs to be done and how we can make those numbers work, because I know currently it's provided for athletes, it's provided for Renaissance tutoring, but it's not provided for Bright Futures or some of the other programs. And
So I know we're supposed to be following Robert's Rules of Order here, but perhaps one of the best people to answer that question is your transportation supervisor, who happens to be in the audience. Would the board entertain comments from the transportation supervisor?
Doesn't matter to me, it's budgetary.
I mean, yeah, because I thought, and that's fine, but I thought when we asked this before, we can't mingle the Bright Futures with the
Athletics.
athletes coming home, even though there was an empty bus space. So that's why I thought we have to figure this into our budget, but yeah.
The only conversation that's been had about the Bright Futures and after-school was back in the summer. So I'm not aware
I asked it at
of,
the last meeting that you presented at. I said, why can't our Bright Future students ride the same bus home as the athletics?
depends on their ages. Depends on their ages and if the time, and if you have the staff to work there, we have no problem. But back in the summer, the issue with the Bright Futures was putting a kindergartner on there with middle school, high school students. I mean, that's just not, that's a recipe for disaster.
So at the
But if
middle
you
school,
want it,
yeah,
I
but at
mean,
the
you
middle
sign it.
school, we have, at the middle school, we have Bright Future students staying after, and they're told they can't get on the bus with the athletics.
With the athletics, it's same
At
age.
the middle school, we provide multiple vehicles for multiple clubs. We have creative writings, we have all, like, you talk with Kathleen Forrest, she'll let you know all the programs they have. We are providing transportation for every single one of those programs, every day.
Right.
Well,
Plus,
and-
then the buses come later for the athletes, so I'm not really,
I guess that's the bus, the later bus I was talking about, because we see there's 3 of them, and there's only a handful of students on each one, and it's athlete buses, but anybody who was staying after for Bright Futures couldn't ride those. So we thought we had to have a separate line item in our budget, and we've been asking,
well, with that, I mean, I would gladly sit down and have a meeting with you guys and explain to you what we are transporting.
Okay.
We are transporting every single program that we are asked to do.
Okay.
The only, sometimes we get bound by scheduling because your elementary is dismissing, your middle school is dismissing. So that's the only time that I would say anything.
Okay.
But just to let you know, I mean, we are doing creative writing in the penmanship clubs and everything that they have going on right now, we are transporting.
Okay.
So as far as Bright Futures, what time do they get out?
same time as athletes, I think. I think there might be like a 10-minute difference.
Do they get out at 5 PM?
They get out at
5:15?
5:15.
That's when the athletic buses are
Right,
there.
right. And then there's parents.
Give me a list.
So, okay.
I mean, as long as you guys work out your funding and stuff on who pays
Okay.
for what, give me a list.
Okay, so we don't have to then create another, okay.
No.
And as
No,
far
and
as,
that's why
as
I'm
far as who
confused.
pays for funding, so just so I make sure I understand, if the route, if the bus is already going and there's empty spaces and it's already paid for by whatever funding, can the other students from Bright Futures ride that bus, or do we have to have separate sources of funding?
That's a bigger than me question. That's a
Because
bigger
that's
than
what
me
we were
question.
told at the last
If
meeting.
you guys give me the documentation and say, here's their names, here's their addresses, we need them to get home.
Right.
There's buses there, like you said, there are 3 there for athletics, they divide north, middle, south. I mean, we can work this, so nothing's unreachable.
And they're confused about is the grants that come in for Bright Future, is that what you're thinking?
Well, I know
No,
Bright
I
Futures
mean-
does have their own
Well,
funding.
well, because at the last meeting, right, we were told that Bright Futures students couldn't ride that bus because something about their funding and they don't pay for transportation. But my question is, if the district's already paying for transportation home
And that's
and there's
something that
empty
you
seats
all
on the bus,
agree
is that
on?
allowable?
Yes, if
Okay.
that's something you all agree on, and you guys say, yes, they can piggyback on
Okay,
us,
thank
that's not a
you.
problem.
Okay.
But that's not my,
Sure.
Okay, thank you. We'll kind of work and, we're going to work and move and work on that. Any other questions for Dr. Gitzinger?
No, I just wanted to
We
say
need to-
thank you for everything that you do. You never blink, you never flinch when you're asked a question. You know how to get it. I just hope that as a member of the finance subcommittee going forth this year, we can streamline something where this is not going on. Because it
you.
looks like we're unprofessional, we're not prepared, and it's hard to sit through this. So hopefully going forth, we can figure something out. And-
I appreciate that, thank you.
and I know that there was stuff in the past, like we did come from a Wild Wild West. So trust is like money, because we all are attached to this. If the money goes bad, they're looking at us. So, but I know you don't want to put your name on that. So it's a trust but verify thing, and so far you have verified. So I am proud to be on the finance subcommittee. I'm learning more, and I just hope that we can make this more organized this year.
Well, and to your point, I have worked with districts that have been close to state takeover. I mean, when I worked in Brighton, they had a minus $8 million fund balance, not $3 million, it was minus $8 million. And they were on the deficit list of districts, and you look at them now, they're fine.
And Madam
Last thing I'm gonna say is Romulus, we had a lot of reputation around money and things like that. So for you to even come here and put your reputation on the line, I mean, that speaks volumes. And so far, you've done everything that has been said about you that you would do.
I appreciate
And
that.
Madam
Thank you.
President, I'm just
Thank
going to
you.
briefly make a statement, and to my board members, I concur with trustee Laster. I think if it was anything that was brought any different from what Dr. Gissinger hasn't, then we definitely would have had said something and brought it to you. So I just want to also say, coming and knowing from a financial background and knowing certain things and understanding, these board members, these are the types of things, and the questions are, valid, they are, but as a financial person, our due diligence and responsibility is to get down to the detail and explain it to the finest, down to it where it's explained, and when people walk away, it's telling the story and the picture is clear. And I want to thank you for that,
Thank
because
you.
you have done that. Yes. And if it wasn't being done, I would have definitely brought it to your attention. Thank you.
We have one meeting going on, please, ladies. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gistinger. I appreciate you redoing your budget conversation.
Since we're under her report, we're going to recommend a motion move that the Board of Education approves the 23-24 amended budget as presented. Rationale, balance the budget. Implications, balanced budget. Exhibits are attached.
Support.
Motion by Wester, supported by Davis. Roll call vote.
Wester. Davis. Davis.
Yes.
Laster.
Yes.
Piles, yes. Evans.
Yes.
Kennard.
Yes.
McCarthy.
Yes.
Wester.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Would you like to introduce Mr. Rob Gavin? So we have Attorney Rob Gavin from Collins and Blaha. Would someone like, is he going to present? We're going to read the motion first.
Read them.
Okay. Insight. Thank you.
Did I grab the right microphone? All right.
Thank you.
I just want to thank the board for the opportunity to be here tonight and talk to you about a possible bond issue. So my name's Rob Gavin. I am an attorney at Collins and Blaha. We are a full-service law firm that specializes in representing public schools. My specialty at Collins and Blaha is basically everything school district finance related and kind of things related to that. So I actually was kind of thinking in my head that it was a small little reunion for me here, because I know 3 out of the 4 people at that table back there from prior work that I've done with other school districts. So it's nice to be here. So I guess there is a resolution here before you. I understand that the district is looking at possibly doing a bond issue in the near future. I gathered from a conversation I had with Dr. Edmondson and Mr. Brock, I kind of have like a 10,000-foot overview of what you're possibly looking at and, what options are still being explored. So I know that there are a list of, various projects that you need to do. Just being here at the meeting, I heard transportation, I heard security. I'm sure there's, as with any other school district, there are always projects to do. Yeah, so with a bond issue, a lot of it depends on what makes the most sense for the district. If you're looking at going through the state of Michigan, they have a program to back your bonds. There's a certain timeline you have to meet, and I prepared that timeline as if you were going to do that, so you can see what it would be if you were to do a November election. But that depends on your financial situation, and things are kind of in flux. I'm sure you've all heard about the prevailing wage law that's coming back into play starting in February. That could affect things. There's a number of different things that could affect what makes the most sense, and that's why you would hire a financial advisor. I understand you might have already talked with Baker Tilly. They're one of the municipal financial advisory firms out there that help with bond transactions. I think they're great. I've worked with them before. And then it depends on your construction team, which you also need to, start assembling at some point as you're narrowing down your list of projects and things like that. And there are, I heard Barton Mallow is a firm that you guys have worked with. They do a great job as construction managers. There are owners' representatives. It's just a long list of stuff that needs to be put together. So this resolution that I discussed, putting together with Dr. Edmondson and Mr. Brock was basically to just give direction to the administration to start exploring these options and putting together a recommendation for the board to begin moving forward. So I'm happy to entertain any questions about Collins Blaha, myself, the services we would provide. But that's in a nutshell the discussions I've had and my understanding of where things are at. And I don't know if I've missed anything, Dr. Edmondson, or if you have anything to add based on our conversation earlier. So.
Recommended motion. Move that the Board of Education approve the resolution regarding exploration of financing of school building and site projects. The rationale is exploration of financing options and project scope. The budget implication is none. The exhibits is in the attachment in the board packet.
Is there support?
Support.
We have a motion by Kennard, supported by Davis. Any discussion?
I have a question, Madam President. So I know when our community went out for bond previously, there were needs that were identified. And then based on those needs, then we started doing research and ultimately went out for bond. My question is, this time, we've heard discussion about going out for bond, but we haven't been hearing needs that led us to that. So it seems like we're going in reverse this time. So I know that if we have an exploration, a lot of things will come up. But my question is just, instead of it being obvious needs and going out for bond, why, let's go out for bond and now let's figure out why?
So the bond issuance process, I mean, if you look at the calendar there, it's quite a long process. We've got, and this is just if you're going for the Treasury, state backing on the bonds. You would have, start putting that list together basically in June. So that would give you the next 5 months, to do whatever narrowing down process you want to do to, go over that facility review, focus on those projects, have rough estimates, set up, and every district does this differently. But, set up if you want some like focus groups or, parent involvement somehow, community involvement in deciding what those projects are that you want to focus on. That's a fair amount of time to do that. And if you don't do the state project backing, that gives you even more time because as you can see, we don't need to give the resolution to call the election for a November election. We don't need to give that to the local election clerk until August.
Right.
So there's a lot of time to work those processes through. So, I know it might seem like having me here already is kind of putting the cart before the horse, but there's, every bond project in my experience comes together a little bit differently. And as long as you give yourself enough time to do those things, which I believe you have plenty of time, it can all still come together in the correct way and making sure that all those needs are being addressed and everybody is getting a voice.
Do we know what our amount is that we're allowed to go out for? I know we'd asked that.
I don't have those numbers. I believe from the conversation, I heard that there's quite a bit of bonding capacity, but on what you need to go out for, that might be different. Because they might not necessarily match up.
Madam President? Yes. So we could potentially wait until June after our new budget is presented and approved to determine, we're going to have a strategic planning meeting. Out of that could come our needs. And so we could potentially start the bond timeline then.
Correct. So I would suggest that you engage your professionals earlier than that so they can start getting to work on putting those estimates and things together along with the budgeting process. But you could finalize what those are in June. The June timeline is when we would meet with the Department of Treasury. So maybe I could give a little background on the process that you have to go through for that. There is this long form application if you're going for state backing that you have to fill out. And they end up being generally 40 to 60 pages long. And it will have, some general information about the district. It will have, enrollment projections in there, both at a high level, and then you have to also have an enrollment projections report from an approved provider, usually like Middle Cities, although I think they changed their name. But, so you'd have that, you'd have, all of that by grade level, and then it moves into all these financial projections, and then you have a building by building breakdown with a detailed budget summary of all the estimates of what those projects are going to be. So it does take time to put it together, but usually you're looking at, in order to get the final version of that together, you're looking at maybe a month worth of work between your design team or construction manager, whoever you've got.
All right, and I believe I asked this question at the last presentation, so I apologize if I asked it and I don't remember the answer. Can buildings be demolished with this type of bond, with the bonds?
Yeah.
So we can do a demo. And then what about improvements to buildings like windows, roofs?
Oh, absolutely. That's what this project is, these kind of projects
Because a
are
lot of
designed
this
for.
has come out of our sinking fund, so this is why I'm asking these questions. And so in order to do this, we have to know how we're going to spend our money in order to apply for the bond, and that bond must be used for those specific items.
If you're doing the state backing,
Okay.
there's a bit more flexibility with it if you're doing no state backing on it. You can do, you're
be changed.
just a tiny little bit more flexible.
Okay.
Not much, but it is a little bit more
Flexibility
flexible.
with state funding, or not?
Without.
State backing.
Yeah,
Flexibility.
there's less flexibility with the state backing. With the state backing, the full program is called the School Bond Qualification and Loan Program, if you're interested in looking it up. That state backing, you can only do those projects that you have listed
Okay.
in your application.
Kind of like our ESSER fund type.
Exactly. And if 99 times out of 100, you run out of money and you're not able to do 100 projects. Because there's always, you try to estimate what the cost escalations are, for
We're not,
inflation.
yeah, at this point in, yeah.
Sometimes you end up with extra money, but the only thing you can do with it then is put it into the debt service account to reduce the burden on the taxpayers.
Okay.
I have a question. And again, we were told a little over a year ago that based on our spending and our budget, that once ESSER ended, and at that time, we were over 20% fund balance. But we were told if we did not make changes, then once ESSER ran out, we were looking about 1.5 to 2 years tops of solvency. Since then, we are now at a 6% fund balance. So my question is, what happens to the community, to the taxpayers, if worst-case scenario happened and our district collapsed, and yet these bonds are out and need to be paid back?
So in that situation, which is extremely
Right.
unlikely, in that situation, the bonds would still continue. In cases where districts have fully collapsed or been merged into neighboring districts, the school board for the failed school district continues to operate just for the sole purpose of collecting taxes to pay those bonds.
Okay.
But that's, the number of times that's happened, I can think of 3. 2? Well, I'm also
Because
adding.
districts didn't have current bonds when
Right.
they collapsed.
Right, but there
Right.
was, there was also a merger that I'm thinking of, which is IPSI. and-
Ipsy Willow Run, right.
But, yeah, that was a merger, not a failure.
Yeah, I'm just asking because we've had some warnings, and now we see the fund balance drop. And so I just want to make sure that if we ask community members to support this, that we're understanding and that we're being diligent in our budget and worthy of that.
No, I understand. It is, it's a concern I can understand, but again, I just want to emphasize that that's a very remote possibility. You can't rule it out, but it is the absolute worst case scenario.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions? Can we get a roll call vote, please?
Davis?
Yes.
Piles, no. Kennard?
Yes.
Laster?
Yes.
Evans?
Yes.
McCarthy?
Yes.
Wester?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you so much for coming and giving that presentation. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me. Thanks for the invite.
Thank you.
Is there any relation to George Blaha for your?
No.
I was gonna ask
As
the
far as
same
I'm
thing.
aware.
I'm sorry, you from Blaha and Blaha?
I get that question frequently.
Next on the report, we have the Director of Human Resources, Mr. Kevin Brock.
Okay, thank you once again. I'll try to be brief. Just want to give an update. As you'll notice, and FYI, pending future positions, after being here for almost a year now, and having lots of conversations around athletics, having some type of CTE coordinator, we put forth positions that were not put forth, but we tried really to hire assistant principal / athletic director at the high school. And I think what we're finding is we do need an athletic. I believe, and I think as a cabinet we believe, and I think as a district staff believe that we are in needs of some type of athletic coordinator. Doesn't maybe necessarily need to be an athletic director. We don't necessarily have all of the sports that other districts have, but we need some type of coordination, whether it's a retiree that wants to come out of retirement and help us out in that facet, or it be somebody that doesn't need to be hired by the district and it can be a contracted service. I don't know necessarily that it's 100% full-time or that it needs to be the type of salary that we've seen in the past, but I can certainly tell you this from an athletic position. I was a former coach and athletic director for 6 years. It's hard to do both. As an assistant principal / athletic director, I did it. Wasn't my most favorite career job, but it can be done, but those people are few and far between, as we found. So we are looking to implement, not tonight, but at some point in the near future, bring forward something that can coordinate our athletics. We do need something. Does it need to be this type of salary we've seen before? I would say no. Does it need to be more than full-time or more than part-time? I would say yes. What does that look like? I don't know, but we're in preliminary conversations with Raza as well, because I don't know what that looks like. I don't have the answers, but I do know that we need something. And that also flows into our CTE coordination. As we have a vision, and being a former CTE teacher, I do have a vision, my own, to build the program, to increase the program, our programming for kids, making more complete our programs so our kids are certified coming out of those programs. We need somebody to coordinate those efforts as well, whether that's part-time teaching, somebody part-time teacher, part-time coordinator. They wouldn't necessarily be, neither of these positions might not necessarily be administrative positions. They could be a teacher who teaches part-time and coordinates the other part of the time. Or it could be somebody that's contracted outside of the district that helps coordinate these efforts, because somebody that needs to coordinate these efforts also needs access to level 5 and CETIs. They need to attend meetings. So there are things that need to get done that we're kind of, we're triaging the CTE program right now. And we want to grow. I mean, personally and professionally, it hurts my soul that we are where we are with our CTE program, because I was a CTE coordinator as well, K-12. And so it hurts my soul to see it where it is, but I know we have the right team in place to make it grow. But it needs some coordination. I don't know what that looks like yet. I just wanted to bring it up to the board so that you're aware that we are going to move forward. We are going to engage with Raza to have those conversations. I'm going to reach out to some of my former colleagues, CTE people and current CTE people, like Jason Evers over at the ISD, to help us kind of develop what that looks like. I would love for us to be our own consortium place where people want to come. I always tell the story of my own son. He's not going to college. He's going to welding school. He waited for 2 years on a waiting list to get into welding school. That is the number one, besides other things, but it's the number one for the industry for every organization. And I've already been put in contact with somebody who's willing to help us with a welding program. But I can't coordinate it. I can't. I can't help coordinate that. I would love to. I'd love to say I could do it. And probably part of me, the egotistical part of me would say I could do it. But I think my wife would probably kill me if I picked on one more thing. So, and I'm not being funny. I would love to head that up because that's my passion. But my kid waited 2 years and still didn't get into a welding program and is going to a welding academy out west. So we don't have to have welding. It doesn't have to be welding. I'm just using that as an example. We could have construction trades, which is another hot commodity right now. I just wanted to put it before you that we need some help in that area. Probably not another full-time job. It's probably more than a part-time position. But maybe it's not a full-time administrative salary. Maybe it's, again, there's a lot of different creative ways to do it. So, also along the CTE corridor, we have been in discussion with and are moving forward, and I'm not sure if Dr. Edmondson has made the board aware. If not, I apologize. With a teacher cadet program, there is a grant that is out there right now. It ends in February. We have engaged with somebody who is going to help us with that grant because I can't write that grant either. It's not very much money, but it will help get the program started. So that will be coming before the board, not the coordination of it, but if we get the grant, then we're going to have to hire a teacher. We're going to have to look forward. And that's another hot button growth right now is the teacher cadet program, and that's working with our ACC and GSRP and growing our own kids into educators. So it's another great program for kids. So I wanted to bring those forth before you this evening. It's just an FYI. Also, he left, but you have hopefully before you, and if not, I just ran and made copies. I'm not sure how you all didn't get the things that I wanted to provide for you. I wanted to introduce Ivan Branson. Ivan Branson, we have met with him on multiple occasions. He comes highly recommended. I personally did reference checks. We met with him at least twice. I met with him twice in regards to interviewing him. Michael White met with him. We would like to bring him on board as an interim building administrator at the middle school to finish out the year so that Michael White can transition to the high school and also work with him at the middle school. That contract, hopefully do you all have that signed contract?
We have
okay, thank you. Whew, I made tons of copies, wasn't sure. So I wanted to introduce him as well, give him a chance to come up and introduce himself. I believe he's gone. So there is one action item on Ivan Branson. And then the third thing I have an action item, or the second thing I have an action item on this evening is we wanted to recognize, and it's not very much in the way of funding, but wanted to recognize the work that our split teachers are doing. We have 9 splits within the district. It's not easy to do a split. I'm not a fan of split. I think it was a board member who said, let me just clarify, you're not a fan of splits. I don't know a person that is. But I think moving into this year without hiring a bunch of staff that we weren't sure that we might need, I think that was the way that we had to go about it so that we could make sure that we were staying within our parameters of the budget, which we did. But what we would like to do is recognize, we would like to recognize those staff who have splits, providing them with a $500 stipend for semester 1, $500 stipend semester 2. As I said, there are 9 staff that would benefit from that. So you have in front of you or somewhere in your packet, you have a letter of understanding. Now, I put the letter of understanding before you because I'm not sure how we do things with a LOU here. I've heard it ranges anywhere from you don't ever see the LOU to, well, you could send an email, make sure they're aware, which is what I did, and put the LOU on the board for motion. Now, what I'm used to is any additional compensation needs to come before the board. That's my understanding. That's what I'm used to. When I was working with Neola policy, we had policy that strictly said additional compensation goes before the board. So before you this evening, in one LOU is the stipend for teachers who have split classrooms. That's 9. And then we also have 6 staff members, 4 of which who are teachers, who are training CPI in the district, saving us thousands upon thousands upon thousands of dollars. Because if we had to hire CPI to come in, the company, and train our entire staff, it's expensive. It's enormously expensive. So these trainers have been trained, they're certified. They have to do, in order to keep their certification, they have to do 3 trainings. So in this LOU, 4 of them, this is just with the REA, 4 of the staff members are current teachers. The other 2 are non-teachers. So I would like to provide with them at the end of June, which they're done with their training, $1,000. That's a $6,000 total, the cost of the district. So that's what's before you tonight. Those are my 2 action items. I'm willing to entertain any questions.
Madam President, move that the Board of Education approve Ivan Branson as an interim building administrator for Romulus Middle School for the 2023-2024 school year. Rationale, personnel recommendation, budget implications, general fund, Exhibit C attached.
Your support? Is your support? I'm sorry. We have a motion by Davis, supported by Kennard. Any discussion?
I have a question. We've heard a lot about building, trusting relationships, and so my question is just, I'm concerned about all of the turnover that's happened at the middle school, and that's one of the reasons why a year ago we had talked about bringing in, Michael White, and so that's my concern, is now we're bringing in, somebody else to be over the building. Is that correct? Over, I know Mr. Wesley's there, and we had heard Ms. Marshall was going there. So we're going to have somebody over student and staff. Those were my concerns. I mean, are those 2 names that I said still there, Romulus? Ms. Marshall and Mr. Wesley, are they still there?
Ms. Marshall's there.
Okay.
All right.
Well, Mr. Wesley is still there. Yes, correct. Ms.
Okay.
Marshall was just in the transitional period, kind of being a placeholder for us.
Okay.
Yeah, she's not doing the work permanently. No, she's part of the teaching, learning, and professional development team.
Can I ask what made us seek out a contractor as opposed to looking within?
Yeah, that's a great question. There are a few people within the district that I have reached out to on a few different occasions to offer them opportunities. Some have accepted, some have not. So I'm not sure that we have a lot of interested staff that are interested in doing it, but at this level, and I say at this level meaning somebody that can I don't want to say do what Mr. White did, but have a similar mentality in the transitional period. I don't think that person exists within our ranks yet. I think we have some potential great people that we need to grow. And I continue to offer them opportunities to sit on different committees and to be a part of, like when a principal's out for the day, to be a principal for the day. So we do have those folks. There aren't many out there that are interested, but those that have expressed interest I've reached out to. But not at the level that we need for Michael White to help transition that person. And we will continue to work to look for a middle school principal. That's not going to go away. That's still going to be continuing. And then along those lines, and I failed to mention this, but I do want to mention coordinator of athletics, coordinator of CTE. What we would be looking for in the future is having 2 high school assistant principals, period. 1 high school principal, 1 middle school principal, 1 middle school assistant principal moving forward. We're finding that that's, I think, where we need to be, and I think the coordination efforts on the CTE piece and the athletic piece won't be a part of those. I mean, obviously they'll have to attend the functions, but they won't be a part of those job responsibilities moving forward.
So I have a question. Why can't we keep Ms. Marshall there in the transition? She's going through transition right now. Why don't we keep her temporarily at the middle school until we do find a principal that can take over that middle school? That gives us 6 months to go through applications, to seek out the right person. And the students don't have to get used to a 4th, fifth person in their building. If she's already there doing the transition, why can't we?
So let me be clear, she's not there doing any transition. She's there as a placeholder. She's helping out as if
Dr.
Michael.
Edmondson just used the word transition.
Madam President,
I thought you did.
I believe I heard Mr. Brock say that the person that they were suggesting to bring forth us had to have a certain skill set, a level of skill set in terms of what they think is needed. Am I hearing you
Yeah,
correct?
and let me
Or-
speak to that as well,
Yeah.
because as you and I have talked, Trustee Evans, I don't want to add one more thing to somebody else's plate when they were hired to do a different job. They're doing their job currently that they were hired to do as far as Miss Marshall. She's doing an outstanding job, and I don't know that that's one thing that we want to take away from when we've got this full head of momentum moving forward with our curriculum department. And yes, you are correct. We're looking for somebody that has a certain skill set. Not that Miss Marshall doesn't have that, but I would hate to pull her away from the job that she was hired to do and that she's doing a great job at in order to be a transitional person. And I want to be clear, she's there helping out as Michael White kind of moves into the high school until we could solidify somebody to come in as an interim.
Although that was a great question, by the way.
Thank you.
And so, may I? Sorry. Yes, please. Okay, so my question to you, Mr. Brock, is how did this person come to be? You're bringing forth this individual to us. Was this something that you interviewed, posted? I mean, how did this person come to be the person that you're bringing before us today?
So Mr. Branson interviewed for a previous position within the district, the Math COSA position, and upon his interview and people reviewing his resume, that wasn't quite the right fit per the people that were interviewing him. They brought it forth to us as the cabinet and said, you know, this gentleman has some skill set as an administrator that we might want to take a look at should we ever need somebody in the future, which kind of got our wheels turning. We met with Mr. Branson on at least 2 different occasions with an interview. We then brought Michael White in for a 3rd round to have him meet with Mr. Branson as well. So he came by way of another position that he had interviewed for. I know that he has worked with other staff in the district before, but a long time ago is my understanding. I don't know Mr. Branson, but from what I've seen, I'm highly impressed. And his
Okay.
references come highly recommended as well.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions regarding Mr. Branson?
I lost it for a second. Okay. I'm not trying to want to stay in the board lane. But is it possible to meet the man? Like, this is
He was here.
I mean, he was here, but he didn't stay, or we could have moved him up.
There's going to be a
because-
meet and greet, yes.
It's a meet and greet tomorrow, isn't it?
That's for Mr. White.
But we are voting on him, and then the community is like, y'all brought him. I only know from the paper. I would like to meet you, ask some questions.
I was hopeful. I didn't know that.
He started?
Postpone
Oh, he has
this
not started.
Okay, he starts what day?
I have his contract for the 5th.
He starts the February 5th, next
5th,
Monday.
yeah, the 5th of.
Well, it's upon approval of the board.
Currently
Isn't that in the
full-time
disclaimer?
sub in another district.
He's not,
It's
he's not
upon
currently.
the approval
No,
of the
he's not
board.
subbing anywhere.
So a person can start, but the disclaimer is, approval upon the board approval. It's contingent upon the board approval, so
He already did, yeah. He signed the contract
we didn't.
in January.
Oh, really?
January 25th, he signed it.
I guess,
So I have a question. What does RAZA feel about this position? What is their take? Do they understand that we are bringing in an interim administrator?
They know, yes, we've had conversation with them.
And what is
I don't want
their-
to speak to how they feel because I can't speak to how somebody feels. I can say
Okay.
that they don't disagree with it.
Okay, and does this gentleman is he currently certified in this position?
He's currently certified as an administrator.
And that's available on the internet, right?
It
On
is.
that
Yeah, it's through MOX.
MOX.
MOX?
He's certified.
He is, okay.
She already looked.
Looking out for you.
Appreciate that. Thank you,
That's why I
Secretary.
asked if he's a full-time sub at
Thank you, Ursula.
that other
He's not subbing
district.
anywhere, but.
But he was.
He was.
He was. He
Yep.
quit, he quit for this.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, point of order, can we, any other discussion?
I don't know. I guess my My thing is even when we come back to Mr. White's contract, like, part of that was training our staff and working with our staff and having our people who our students know and our staff. And our middle school students, the 8th graders this year have had so many principals in 3 years. So many, I think more than any other group ever in the history of this district. And they've had all this, so my concern is just like another new person with just a few months left when, I don't know, we have people, they step up, they volunteer for summer school, they, I don't know. We can call the vote.
I mean, I guess, what is, so, again, Secretary Piles mentioned the contract what are the deliverables that were met at the middle school? For someone to come in and take over the position and the development that Mr. White has done there, what are the deliverables? Are our staff, granted, our staff is able to do the transition. The staff, we have a good staff, but our students, they're going to come in with a different behavior program, a different mindset? When Ms. Marshall has been part of the curriculum team, she knows what took place there. But now we're bringing in another person. It's just, it's mind-boggling to me what the students are going to think. And you might, with Mr. White walking out the door and a new person coming in, and they're going, they don't know what's going on. Here we go. Let's have at it.
Well, I would hope that's not the case because Mr. White's not walking out the door. Mr. White's still going to have influence on the middle school. He's still going to
He's placed
continue.
at the high school. Now we're
He's still
putting
gonna
him in two
continue-
places?
Yes.
How many days is he at the high school?
Well, I think currently, right now, he's there almost every day. He splits the day. On certain days, he splits and goes over to the middle school. Like this afternoon, he was at the middle school when I spoke to him. I don't know exactly what his schedule is. We were talking about 3-2, but I think right now he's almost full-time at the high school, but then heading over to the middle school in the afternoon.
So what are the deliverables in here, though? Because you see that he's self-directed, but what is it that we are expecting from in exchange for this new body? It says that the contractor shall be self-directed in activities, provided that contractor shall abide by the terms and conditions of this agreement, but I don't see it in the policies and regulations of the district. Contractor shall remain solely responsible for determining the means and methods of performing the services. So it's like just another, at what point do we start aligning stuff into a cohesive leadership model for our students?
Well, I think you're reading a contract. You're reading a contract and talking about two different things. What the deliverables are things that we're going to work with him on. The contract, you all have said multiple times that you want to sign contract before. What I had done was I reached out to legal and said, can I have a third-party contract? Not my job as an HR person to provide a third-party consult with a contract. You should come to us with a letter of engagement or a contract.
Correct.
What I've done is I've said my board has multiple times said I want a signed contract and I want it to be approved. I'm hearing you. This is a contract approved by legal that said it's a basic contract, third party. This is the contract moving forward that I plan to use for any third party contract that we're going to engage in a contract. Letter of engagement is different. This is a contract. So I just want to be very clear. I've been asked, I reached out, this is a contract that I will be using if we're going to engage in third party contractual work. This is the contract that I'll be using. This is approved by Miller Johnson. This is something that I don't think is my job. They should give us a contract. They should tell us what they want to do and what they won't do. But I haven't seen great success with that, where we get a letter of engagement or a contract. I went through all the board minutes from 2022. I read all the contracts. Some were there, some were not. Some were letters of engagement. Some were, you're going to pay me $50,000, and there was no get out of jail free for us. This is a 10-day for them, 10-day for us. If we don't like what's going on, it's a 10-day notification. I'm not suggesting that we need that, but I have not seen in the past great success with what has been presented to us. Right. So, to your point with Michael White's contract, the contract was given to you. I've read the minutes, and I have the minutes. I never received the contract signed back. I don't have a signed version. We do now because I presented him with this contract and said, I want you to sign this contract. You all got a contract that was presented to you. I have the minutes. The minutes reflect that this contract has been proven by the board, or the following contract will be approved. I never received it. I don't have it. I've been asked for it. You can, the board continues to ask me for it. I can't provide you something I don't have, and I was never given. Didn't come through my office. Now, all of these contracts will go through my office. They will be signed, and if it's a contract we're going to engage in services, this is the one we're going to use. So if you want, I can have him provide the things that he will deliver as a side note. I'm happy to do that. I'm happy to ask him to, as an attachment, but
No, I guess
don't
my
know that
question
that's
is,
part of
why
a contract.
is he telling us what he's going to do? Why aren't we looking at what we need and saying, this is what we're hiring you to do?
And I think that's what we are doing. I believe that's what we're doing. With that contract, we have all the flexibility in the world to sit with him and say, here's what we expect.
Madam President, I think what Trustee Powers, you might be alluring to job responsibilities and duties, which is contra to a contract. So we, as the district, provide those types of information, okay, that's aligned with the contract. And so right here, this is a standard contract. So if you want job responsibilities and duties in terms of what the district is looking for, that's something totally different you're asking
Okay,
for.
can I?
I can provide you with responsibilities that we ask for
Well,
administrators.
according to this, the contractor's obligations, and I just highlighted a few things. Set and maintain schedules for all activities and notify the superintendent of the schedule of the activities. Other than the equipment necessary for the participation of the district students as outlined in paragraph 6, and paragraph 6 is the criminal history and background check, contractor will provide all necessary tools or equipment that will be needed in providing the services under this contract at their own expense. So this looks like an entertainment contract.
The section that you're reading, if I remember correctly, is if they want to use the facilities to do something different. They have to notify the superintendent that they want to utilize the facilities, like after-school Renaissance. So,
Okay, well, Madam President. Yes. Okay, I just had a quick, so with Mr. White and all the work he's done, not saying that Mr. Wesley needed like a mentor, but none of that rubbed off, or it's like he can't carry over to the end of the year, and we don't have to do the change, because changing principles and stuff is a lot, and we already are going through a lot. So it's like we can't, or support, but we just can't flow with what we have, and then
I don't think we have enough to support that building if it's just one person.
Two discipline problems, you're done.
Right.
You're
And
done.
I guess my
One
question
person
is,
cannot do it. Okay, when you're a principal and you have
So
400
is
to
Mr. White
500
gonna be
kids.
full-time at the high school then? Is that what this is, or is he
In
gonna
his
be?
mind, he's like, oh, I'm going to be serving both. I don't see how you can serve both. But he's
Well,
like,
this-
one ends at 2 o'clock. I can always shoot over there. And there's sometimes I'm going to go because the high school does have a principal.
Right.
It really
They
does.
do.
It's got
So
a
we
principal.
can't say Mr.
He's
White
helping
does
out.
2 days at the high school, 3 days at the like, we can't control that?
Oh, we could.
We
Okay, so
could,
I'm
but
going
here's
to
the
be
thing is,
bitterly honest.
we approved a contract.
normally?
We approved a contract for Mr. White that would be the remainder of last school year and all of this school year at the middle school.
Right. So I'm going to be bitterly honest, and I'm just going to say this. Dr. Edmondson, you have the right of assignment. And we have people, we had Mr. Wesley, he's been in paper, in emails, he's been known as the assistant principal. And we have right of assignment. Now we're saying, well, we don't know what Mr. White is going to, where he's going to be, when he's going to be. I mean, really? We should know where our staff and our contractors and the services they're providing are. But we don't know where Mr. White's going to be on any given day. We don't know what input he's going to give. He has deliverables on what he was supposed to be teaching and training the staff, the students, the behavior programs. We've never seen those deliverables. So I guess
For whom? I just want
Staff
to be
developing
clear.
staff.
Mr. White. So, and again, you have the right of assignment. You can tell people where to go and where to be, and this is your job for the rest of the school year. So, I mean, like I said, I'm just,
I'm so glad that you said that.
thank
I
you.
am so glad that you said that, okay? Because that is a function. That's definitely a function of mine, okay? And when I exercise it, just remember that, Okay, that's all. I have the right of assignment, and I know I have the right of assignment.
You know
I
that
could,
because you've
I
assigned
could
it.
certainly say, okay, Michael White, you're gonna do this, and Michael White can say also, goodbye. I mean, I understand how this goes. I like what he's doing. I truly wish that Michael would be at the middle school too. I think the kids know him. I think they deserve that. I've had that conversation. I don't think that it's too far-fetched. I just know that one person can't do the job at a middle school. You just can't. Having been a principal myself.
He was doing it.
Who was?
Right? Didn't you say Mr. White was doing it?
Oh, doing what? Being the only principal?
He's been doing it all year, right?
No, he's had somebody else
Well, right,
with
he's
him.
with
I'm
Mr.
saying you
Wesley,
do-
but
you
I'm saying,
need-
so why are we changing
I'm
that?
saying you need two people, but I'm saying if he's helping out too, I mean, there's some issues at the high school that need to be addressed, and I know he's got the skill set to do it, and he's doing it, okay? Would I like to see him at the middle school? Sure. I mean, I would like to see him continue, but I need the high school to be done right first at this point. Kids at the middle school know him. He could come in anytime he wants. I could have him come in at 2 days a week. I could ask him. I mean,
I mean,
not that I
our
haven't.
middle school, and that's a difficult age. But our middle school, as our eighth graders, as sixth graders, they had Mr. Henry, Mrs. Marino, and Mr. Benzarski. And then as seventh graders, yes, exactly. The one that we kept
I wasn't
getting
there.
notifications, notifications about.
Never put that.
Anywho, in their seventh grade year, they had, I think, Mr. Benzarski, Ms. Marshall, Mr. Wesley. Now, their eighth grade year, they've had Mr. Wesley and Mr. White, and now we're talking about a few months before the school year ends, bringing in somebody else. It's just, it's hard on those students for that for all 3 years. They've had multiple administrators.
I'm going to chime in on that one. Because that would be just like if Mr. White said today, I'm done, and we have to put a person in that position.
Right. Exactly. But we're in a contract with Mr. White, approved by the board, that he would be at the middle school all year. So that's where he's been.
But here we are, we're talking about right of assignment to where, so we need some help over at the high school. So I think the thing that everybody wants is exactly how many days is he going to be at the high school?
There's right of assignment with RCS staff. When a contractor is hired for a specific purpose, that is their contract.
But there's been
Because
a
the Board of
conversa-
Education is their
I
employer.
understand that, but there was a conversation, and that conversation was brought to us to say that this contractor is willing to go here. If I have a contractor that's gonna be contracting my OT at here, I need you to go here. Yes, not a problem.
Is he willing, or does he have us by, are you saying if we have him do what the contract said, he might up and leave?
Anybody can up and leave.
Well, then we're back at this spot, but to just willingly keep giving our middle school students different adults and our staff.
Well, I mean, I've been very cool and calm here when all this is going on. This is, I mean, I feel for all of our kids. I feel for all the staff, all of the doggone changes we've had in this district to just say, oh, the middle school kids, what about everybody else? That's how I'm feeling internally, like, really?
Right,
I
but
mean,
we're
we've
talking
had-
about middle
But we're
school
willing to
right
do it everywhere else, and I'm not saying that I'm willing to do it for the kids. I love what's going on in the middle school. That's why I sat here and said, I'll go in there, damn it. And you know what? Excuse my language, I shouldn't have said, I'll go in there. I don't want to. I don't want to. I just want the kids to have a good rest of the year, period. I don't know if this guy's it. I don't know if Mr. White 2 days a week, you still feel like they don't get him. I wish that they had him for the rest of the year. But I also know what he also said to me, like, hey, man, we have this middle school going a certain way, and then they go to the high school, and it's out of control. What's the purpose? What is the purpose? And it's a catch-22 for me. And you can see it. You can say you have the right of assignment. Yeah, I can.
Well-
I want all kids to be able to benefit from having an environment that works for them, having somebody that wants to be there for them. One thing that I always say about kids, and this isn't for the middle school because I'm not putting them out there, but kids are resilient. It happens in their household. It happens in their school. It happens everywhere. Kids are more resilient than we could ever give them credit for. Okay, it's the adults that crumble. It's not the kids don't, but they deserve. I want that. If I could have two people or two great people, I would love that for them. I'm just not going to sit here and argue. I'm like, hey, if you don't want, if that's not what it's going to be, then guess what? Somebody will step up. That's how it is. Somebody will step up. You say no, somebody will step up. If it's me, I'll step up. If it's Dr. We'll step up.
And Madam
I
President.
just want the kids to have a great experience. They deserve it, all of our kids, in all of our
Madam
environments.
President, we'll be right back where we are at the end of the year when Mr. White is gone, making the same decision. So there's going to be a change either now or then possible.
Okay, so I'm
It's still going
gonna,
to affect.
and this is where, I think,
And
I
so-
wish this wasn't this late.
Yeah.
Right.
But I think it is worthy to have the discussion.
Yes.
Because how I feel, and I'm gonna say it to you as a board, okay? Listen, if I was there with Michael White, I'm saying and he leaves, if my staff's not clamoring for me to be the number one guy, that's a problem. If I'm there, I'm saying if you have two people there and one leaves, and everybody's not clamoring for the number two person to be the number one, then you have a problem. You have a problem in your district if that happens. I'm not saying that's happening, but I think that's an issue. If you have two people there and the staff's not saying, Mr. Wesley, he's been an administrator, what, 1.5 years? He's not equipped. I'm going to say right here, he can't take that on yet. He's
And
not,
that was
he's
my
just
next
not.
question. My next question
So
was.
we wanted to get somebody who at least has the experience, who can at least come in there, who has the experience. And me, having done it after, I was a principal for multiple years, but I'm saying, after year 5, I'm like, oh, I can go into any school. I can definitely go into any school, and I'm going to do it.
So,
I don't
so
want
if,
it for the
so,
kids.
so if we know somebody isn't equipped and doesn't have the skill,
I didn't say, I'm saying
Or
to
they're not
take over
equipped.
that
Okay.
position.
But-
Maybe number 2,
okay.
help out, yeah,
But-
but not to run it.
it's just kind of like we're justifying where we place bodies, and let's keep in mind.
I'm going to justify.
Mr. Wesley, yes, Mr. Wesley, actually, a recommendation was brought to us to hire Mr. Wesley as the restorative practices facilitator, and he would be housed at the middle school. And the middle school has had a record number of suspensions. Where's the restorative practices? 1,100 days of instruction lost to middle school suspensions this year, September 5
So I
through,
will
through,
add to
through
that.
January 16th. So when we place somebody in a role as restorative practices facilitator, have they got training for that? Have they been able to implement that? Or were they thrown in being an administrator, even though we moved them out of RAZA and paying them less, but are we entering them in the rep and giving them those responsibilities? Because then that's on us. That's on us. Is Mr. White certified? We said we were going to bring it back to this point. Is he certified? We were told that, oh, yeah, we're going to get that taken care of. There's,
So if you have an interim, if you're an interim and you have
yes,
then you do.
then you have,
Then
then
you
you
do.
have a temporary permit,
Right.
such as
Which allows me to do
Niedermeyer.
it.
Yes.
Which allows me to do
Right.
it.
So
It does.
Mr.
It allows you to
Niedermeyer
do it.
has that, which is why he can be placed as an administrator. Mr. White does not have that. We were told he would be
No, he
getting
has-
that.
he has that.
It's not a MOEX. He does not have that. The state of Michigan has not issued it.
No, he's in, I believe, some program. That's
Okay.
what I believe
But-
he has to.
But in a program, you can get the temporary permit.
So now
So,
again.
so now we're talking about,
We're getting
we have
into
these
the weeds of what
recommendations.
we're talking about. What we're talking about is trying to serve the kids. And all I said is,
Yes.
if you don't want Mr. Branson, then don't do it. I sit here lots of times, I'm like, we don't have to do this. If you don't believe or you don't think that that's the right idea, that's why you have a vote, then don't vote
It's
for
not
it.
that. How do we serve the kids when we don't even go about it the right way?
I'm not worried about the right way. You know what I'm worried about? Frankly, I'll say it.
State of
Yes.
Michigan is.
We are not in any problems. We don't have any trouble whatsoever, Debbie. Ms. Piles.
I just
Okay.
have one
What I
question.
care about right
Point of
now
order.
is
So-
the environment.
Okay, well, I asked a question as far as the rep. I said, what capacity was Mr. White entered in the rep? I can't get that answer. Why not? He had to be entered as non-instructional. He can't be admitted.
Did you not get that?
No.
Is that-
No,
Oh, I was supposed to forward it.
but
I
anywho.
didn't know I got it today.
I'm
I didn't know I
just-
was supposed to forward it to
I'm
him.
just saying, like, when the
I know what
state
it
of
says.
Michigan has criteria, and we arbitrarily choose to follow it or not be transparent at the table, because I believed you when you said it's reciprocal from Texas, and we're going
Was,
about,
yes.
right, back in April, and we're going about getting it. And that has to be obtained in a certain amount of time, and it's not. And now we have all these suspensions and people asking, is he certified? And we know he's not. So what liability could we potentially be in when we just bring in bodies without certifications and then move them somewhere else and bring
So
in a new body?
if I go to a different state, okay, and I'm not certified, there's a process that I can go to work.
Yes.
Okay, and that's my understanding.
Yes.
That's my understanding. That is my understanding that
Yes,
that
you would
has been
take,
done.
you would take
No,
your
but I'm saying that is
certification,
my understanding.
and you would have to go to
it has
that
been done.
state and get the temporary permit.
Yes.
That
if
has
I-
not been done.
If I go there, yes. So that is my understanding. Okay, not that he has a certification, that he's on, I don't know if it's an emergency, I don't know what it is. I know
But
I've
it's-
had the conversation.
Right, and whatever it is issued, it's in MOEX, and there's nothing
Okay,
in
well, I
MOEX.
don't- that's
And then
not
we have,
something that
then
I
we
do.
have the same thing with the contract, right? What the board approved was payments of $2,500 per pay period, biweekly. Then we see on the check register, he's getting $6,000 a month. Now he wants an additional $1,000 to that. Like, everything is so out of control because we're not following order for one person. I just don't understand. And now we're being told he's doing good at the middle school, we're taking him away?
We can't have it every way.
So
We
my,
can't have it
for your
every way.
comments. All right, my question
Trustee
is,
Pyle.
Madam President, just one quick question, and that is, has there been any other administrator, teacher, or anyone in the building who has expressed an interest in the position, in taking an interim position? Has that been offered to any? No. No one stepped up? Okay.
You just said that other people showed interest.
Interest in leadership roles.
Okay.
Because they know.
Maybe because they
I mean,
saw what
that's a
happened to Ms.
tough one.
Marshall and Mr. Wesley.
That's a tough one.
Thank you. Can we do a roll call vote, please?
You probably should.
Can
To
we,
me-
okay, sorry. Can we table it, like, at least
Right, that's what I'm,
meet
like,
and greet, let him talk a little bit, that this might be he's interested, and then, I don't even know, he can go to the middle school and do a little razzle dazzle. Let's see.
Trying to see how we're gonna do a meet and greet if he's not an employee.
We
I
can,
don't feel comfortable voting without
yeah, he
meeting
can
him.
speak, like, he can, because one thing heard about Mr. White, but when he came here, I was able to see you and hear your passion and, like,
So
you know what
can
I'm
we
saying,
take,
like some.
so can we table this for the
Yes.
next meeting?
stay for the whole meeting. It's 4 hours.
Right.
I'm just saying, some of us have 4 hours. I start
I see
looking and
some-
wondering,
I see
do I
some
really
staff
want
here.
that job?
I see some staff still here.
They are.
Madam President,
Here?
Yes, trustee Davis.
I'd like to make a motion to postpone this action item to the next regular board meeting.
Support. Motion by Davis to move to the next board meeting, supported by everybody.
Laster. Can we just do all in favor?
Aye.
All in favor?
All in favor, aye.
Thank you. Next motion, please.
Madam President, is it being postponed, or are we moving it? Because we have to have that terminology according to the motion needs to be postponed?
Postponed.
It's being postponed to the next.
Right, you read
I
move.
just
Okay.
vote.
I just
Right.
want to make sure it's noted right in the minutes.
That's fine. They said postpone. Next action item, please.
Madam President, move that the Board of Education approve the letter of understanding between the Board of Education, Romulus Community School District, and the Romulus Education Association, MEA/NEA, to address split classrooms at the elementary level and compensation for teachers who serve as a Crisis Prevention Institute CPI trainer for the 2023-2024 school year. Rationale: 1, to provide financial support to teachers managing a split classroom. 2, compensation to offset external costs associated with the Crisis Prevention Institute. Budget implications: 1, general fund. 2, Title II, Exhibit C attached.
Support.
We have a motion by Davis, supported by Piles. Discussion. Roll call vote.
Davis?
Yes.
Piles, yes. Laster?
Yes.
McCarthy?
Yes.
Kennard? Evans? Wester?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Report of the Director of TOP, Dr. Gardner.
Hello again. So you already received the plan for the Wayne Risa Emergency Days Certification Form. I want to highlight that this plan was collaboratively developed by the TLP team, also our principals, REA, Ms. Sarah Carter and Mr. Mike Hansen, along with Adam Dennison. We all worked on this collaboratively to make sure it was all inclusive of the needs of our students and also our staff. I just want to reiterate the purpose of this plan is to implement in the event we have any unexpected changes to our school calendar, emergency school closings, standardized testing days, or in jeopardy of exceeding our allotment of 6 inclement weather days provided by MDE. So this gives us additional days if we need them. And so you have the plan in front of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get someone to read the motion, please?
Madam President, move that the Board of Education approve the 50D virtual learning plan. Rationale, Romulus Community Schools will implement the 50D virtual learning plan in the event that we have unexpected changes in the school calendar, emergency school closings, standardized testing days, or are in jeopardy of exceeding our allotment of 6 inclement weather days provided by the Michigan Department of Education. No budget implications. Exhibits 21F-50D virtual learning plan.
Is there support? I have a motion by Davis, supported by Kennard. Any discussion?
Does this mean like if we have weather days that there will still be there'll still be instruction?
Yes.
Okay,
Once we've exceeded those days.
right, like we did
Once we've exceeded those days.
once we've, okay. So then my question to that is, when will we get Chromebooks? And because I know middle school students can't even take Chromebooks home because there aren't enough. So if we're going to implement this, do we have Chromebooks on order so that all students are taking those home daily in case? Okay, we have them now? Okay.
Thank you.
So I do have a question. This is an LOU part of REA.
What?
This is not part of their,
What, this is not an LOU.
Okay.
This is statute from the state of Michigan that the board has to approve. So should we have to exceed those 6 days, or like last year, Barth, I think it was Barth had.
so these staff members are not part of REA?
Staff members, I don't know.
These four? These four,
Oh, she's on the interventionist.
I think.
We're not talking about.
wrong person.
But I will say, Madam, is there
Excuse me, I
a
was
waiver, like
reading
if we
wrong.
do exceed the days, is there still a waiver out there that you can apply for to
There's a
kinda?
waiver. Well, I shouldn't say that. I'd have to see. I don't want to say,
Yeah.
previously there was a waiver, but there was been some conversation about the state getting away from the waiver.
Right, I just wanted to see it, did it continue this year?
Place
Okay.
in lieu of the waiver saying, hey, if you've exceeded the 6 and your board has an approved plan, you can implement the plan should you have to do that.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Now that I'm on the same page as everybody else.
We were all confused.
Any other questions?
No.
We can do it all in favor vote.
Who made I'm sorry, who made the motion?
Motion was by
Davis,
Davis
Kennard.
and Kennard.
Okay. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. Next on the agenda, we did the finance department.
Branson came back.
Hey, because that baby ears was ringing.
All right.
It's somebody cousin, just say who cousin it is. Who cousin? We already know.
Who?
I wish I had a cousin Vivian somewhere.
Yes, where we at? Look, they don't got everything on one page. Right here, we got this.
We on to the next item.
Madam President, move that the Board of Education authorizes administration to seek bids for room 507 at Romulus High School. Rationale, updating the LIFT program classroom, budget implications sinking fund.
I hadn't even gotten there yet, but anyway. Is there support? Support. We have a motion by Davis, supported by Kennard. Discussion.
I have a question. I had asked for the paperwork for, Barton Malo came and presented to the board on this, I think on August 28th, and they had talked about how they were getting, the Barton Malow estimators were getting approximately what it should cost, and I know Ms. Laster had asked if this is something that would be brought back to the board like a year from now, and they said no. They were already in the process, so I had requested whatever Barton Malow had provided, as well as the IDS report. Did that not get forwarded?
I didn't see that one.
Okay.
If I did, if it was sent to me,
Okay.
I didn't see it.
Okay, because I know that Barton Malow was already working on this. The board hadn't approved it yet, but they were working on it. And reports were sent into the district about approximately what they estimated it should cost, as well with the IDS report. And so before we go out for more bids on that, we've never got an update on what was submitted last fall.
So what I can tell you is I don't remember what their numbers were. I can tell you that they were probably way off. The only way to get a real idea is to go out for bid. That doing out for bid doesn't mean you have to accept any bids. If the
Right.
bids come back and we can't afford it, we don't do it.
Right.
I hope that's not the case, but, you know, I've been in this business long enough, and you get an architect to give you an estimate that they think it's gonna cost $260,000, right? Well, then they missed the fact that the tile floor has to come up. Well, that's $50,000 to abate the floor. Well, then you gotta buy a new floor. That's another $50,000. So to tell you what the price was, or what IDS said, or what they did, I mean, the architect that we are kind of working with right now from Airsman, he'll give you a rough idea, but the best way to do is just to approve for us to go out for bid. We go out for bid, and when the bids come back, we see what it costs. That's the best way to get an idea.
Well, that's what we wanted to do in August, right? We wanted to go out for bid, but you came before us and said that, well, first, this was the process, and so I'm just asking, whatever Barton Malow provided, may we just review that?
I can send it to you. I don't have it. I don't recall ever getting anything like that, and quite frankly, I don't know that.
How long is the bid process? It's in the
It's out-
minutes
it's
from
out
the
for-
28th.
It's out for 2 weeks. It sits out for 2 weeks. We get it back. We review the bids. We do a public opening. And then then if we decide that we want to interview them, we can interview the top 2 or top 3. And if we decide that that's something as the sinking fund committee can do in the next fiscal year, because that's where it's going to have to go, then a recommendation will be brought forth to the Board of Education.
Right. So I guess I'm wondering why we were told differently than in August, why we didn't just instruct Barton Malow that we were going to go out for bid.
I don't
And-
think we trusted at the time the numbers that were coming in, and we didn't. And I don't want to speak for Bill because he's not here, but Bill Garland at that time was the one that asked me to get a second opinion. That's when we got a second opinion. That's the conversation that you and I had the other day. Sinking Fund Committee was made well aware of what we needed to do. Bill came to Sinking Fund and said we need a second opinion because there was very little, I don't want to say trust, but some of the things that were being done, there were things they missed. And this is what I brought to your attention back in August. There were things that were missed that were concerning.
That IDS missed, right?
IDS missed, that Airsman did not miss upon second review. So I can't speak to why we didn't go out back then, probably because we didn't trust it. We're going to go out way back in August, and then we find out we've overspent sinking fund, and now we're into the general fund for
Yeah.
however much money we approved
That's fine. I'm just wondering why we went through that whole thing in August then.
I think August was an update. They gave you a complete update on everything, not just 507.
They didn't.
I don't know.
They came before us, we were only talking about bid PAG 6 because Ms. Laster had asked if it would take like a year.
This is just authorizing
okay.
us to go
All
out
right.
for bid.
Okay. Thank you. Any other discussion? Roll call vote?
Davis,
Yes.
Laster,
Yes.
McCarthy,
Yes.
Evans,
Yes.
Kennard,
Yes.
Piles, yes, Wester.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Report of the board subcommittees. Judy, would you read that?
Okay.
Okay, can I just get through this?
That's another hour.
Recommended motion.
Or report the sub.
No, this is a recommended motion. Or are you going to the?
Report of the board
Oh, for the
subcommittee.
board policy.
You said report of
I
the
get
board
paid for
subcommittee.
doing
It's
nothing?
recommended. It's recommended motion.
300% increase?
What
I
page
said
are
it's
we on?
under there. Can somebody read the
Yes.
action item?
Second and final reading of Board Policy 1001. Recommended motion, move that the Board of Education accepts the second and final reading of Board Policy Number 1001, compensation, 24-014. The rationale, best practices based on the recommendation of the board. Budget implications is general fund number 1123259900001 and 0000000. The board member conference / mileage. Exhibits is in the revised board policy, and that's the information from the board committee
Your
if need so.
support.
Support.
We have a motion by Kennard, supported by Davis.
I have a question, though,
Any discuss-
Madam
Can I
President.
get to that part? Go ahead. You know what?
To the subcommittee, I just want clarification on the start of this change in the board policy. Is it effective January to December, or are we looking at the budget year from July to June?
January through December.
So January 1, 2024?
24?
But wait, that crosses fiscal years, which I thought we were told we could not do.
That's not,
Okay, I'm just,
It's still,
Okay.
it's still different pots of money. You get a
Okay,
payment each
that's fine.
quarter. You got 2 quarters in each,
yep, I got that. I'm just making sure that,
right.
so we just want clarification. So what we're saying is that this will become effective in 24, January to December, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
January 20, whatever, 29th, yes.
So I'm going to ask, because I wasn't here for the first reading, okay? Does this include MASB classes? So I will be paid for MASB classes,
We still get to, you
won't.
still get to go to your MASB classes
okay?
for your conferences, and then you will get your mileage.
If I take an MASB class tomorrow that is not part of the conference,
No.
do I get paid
No.
for my class?
No.
No comment from
Oh, wow.
Board members,
Point of order, we got a board, this is our board meeting, please. Nothing from out in the audience. I'm not, this is not the night.
Is it
Back to the table.
ear to ear?
so board members will, if you want to take a class, the district will pay for the class, but they will not pay you
To
for
take-
going to the class.
So you're paying me to do nothing?
No,
We're paying for you to take the class to
Don't-
get educated. We don't have to give you $50. We're already paying for your class. But I'm like, if you want to, pay for the class yourself, and then we'll give you $50.
Wow.
I'm asking questions because I was
He
not
wasn't
here
here.
for the first reading. I have legitimate questions.
Yes,
So,
yes, Sue.
It's $900 every quarter. That's it. You can
Okay.
do 70 events, you can do 2 events.
Yeah, and Madam President.
Thank you.
Let me put some clarification to that. So if they had to travel to the class, okay, the district will compensate you, that's so the mileage goes in with that.
right, it's a, yeah, I
Just
understand
like,
that.
it's just like normal, but there is no $50 for the day of
Okay,
taking the
that's
class.
all I wanted to know.
Yes.
Right,
Yep,
right.
Any other questions, Sue?
Yep.
Would that meet what you were
Yeah,
looking for?
exactly.
yep.
Thank you.
And there's no
Roll call
deductions
vote, please.
if you miss meetings, any of that. It's just a flat,
Thank you.
yep.
Roll call vote.
Kennard,
Yes.
Davis,
Yes.
McCarthy,
yes.
Evans,
Yes,
Laster,
Yes.
Piles, yes. Wester,
Yes.
motion carries.
It looks like we have brought back, no, because ain't nobody ate dinner. We like, Mr. Brock, did you want to come back up, please? We might as well get this over. Here, let's get this over with.
do you know
They
that's
wanna
why
go
we
to this
National
meeting.
School Board Day? Appreciate, National School Board Appreciation.
We need to bring this motion back. Bring the motion back. You need to rescind your motion.
Motion.
To ta- to
I don't know
to
which motion.
postpone Mr. Bronson.
Oh, okay.
Why don't I bring him up,
Yes.
introduce him first, before you do
Okay.
any motion? Mr.
Thank you.
Branson. Board of Education, I'd like to introduce to you Ivan Branson. Ivan Branson comes to us with over 25 years of experience in education. He is a certified administrator. He's been a principal at the middle school, K-8, I'll say K-8, and then most recently with Christ the King, right? And I don't know, I'll let you speak to what you were doing recently, but comes with a lot of experience. I did his reference checks personally. I'll let him speak, but the reference checks came back very positive and glowing. One of the comments was we are fortunate to have him working with us in any capacity. So I bring to you Mr. Branson.
Thank you, everyone. Nice to meet everyone. 34 years of experience in education. I've been in education since 1990. I served as a middle school. I started off as a substitute teacher, served as a middle school math and science teacher, a curriculum coordinator. I was assistant principal for 8 years, a principal for 5 years. I worked as an adjunct professor at Henry Ford College. I've taught elementary, middle, high school, and college, all levels. I served majority of my time in Detroit Public Schools. Let me see, I was at about 4 different schools as an assistant principal, one as a principal, and during my tenure, I worked at some very challenging schools, all middle school. So, and at the same time, I was an instructional coach with a company called Learn It also. So I'm good in curriculum instruction. At the same time, I'm good in culture and climate based upon my different experiences. So to be honest, it's basically nothing I haven't seen because I've been in so many schools. I've seen a variety of students. I've seen students who struggle. I see students who are at high levels. And basically what I've used is my knowledge just to make different types of interventions for students. And at the same time, I believe in a positive culture and climate in the school. And I believe without that, it's hard for teachers to teach. At all the schools I've been to, my teachers like me if they're doing what they're supposed to be doing, because what I do is I make sure they can do their job. I'm good with students. I'm good with teachers. I talk to teachers. We collaborate. And I do a lot of extra things also. I'm very supportive. And I make them want to come to school. And at the same time, I'm fair on students, but I'm tough on them too. I have high expectations. I believe in student accountability for academics and behavior. So, and I keep enforcing that mindset into students. Every school I've been to, I've come up with a lot of different programs. I've been a basketball coach, a football coach, chess coach, debate coach, academic games. I've done a lot of mentoring programs. I brought in a lot of different people to speak to different students also, just so students could get just a vision of what they want to do. And I tell students, don't think about just now, think about 5, 10 years down the road. You have the choices you make now affect your future. So, I'm a motivator. And I talk to students and I motivate them. And I do the same thing with teachers, new teachers, old teachers. I help teachers find different ways to teach students or reach students, making sure their lessons are engaging. And at the same time, I help everybody see the big picture. So, and I'm glad to be here, just getting this opportunity to talk to everyone. And any way I can serve, I'll do it. And I'll make sure I get the best out of the students, the teachers, and just help the district grow. I know you guys are continually growing, you're getting better, you're making changes, you're looking towards the future. Superintendent's proactive. So I'm just glad to have this opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I have a question for you.
Okay.
Always. I'm Sue Evans. I'm the question person. So have you met Mr. White?
Yes.
Okay. And how are you going to transition from him to you? What do you see both of you working, melding your techniques, your mindset together?
Well, my mindset is similar to his, in the fact that I believe you have to have structures and boundaries for students in place just to make sure they learn. You have to have a climate that's conducive to learning. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to meet with all the students. I believe in assemblies, meet with the teachers as a group, and then one-on-one. So just talk about exactly what my expectations are, and at the same time, see where the school is at as far as what's going on with the students, the staff, and how I can help also. So I'm a good listener. I listen to teachers. I listen to parents, and I talk to parents too. So I believe in just having conversations because, like Dr. Edmondson said, the main thing parents want to do is be heard. So I listen to parents, and everybody has different situations. So I believe in just helping students out, but at the same time, like I said, the main thing is they have to have structures and boundaries in place because students who are disruptive, they affect not just one student, but the entire classroom, entire school, and that takes you backwards as far as your data going up, as far as the learning going on in the classroom, and just getting to where you want to be as a school and district.
Okay, tonight we've had a lot of discussion about discipline. What is your method for reward? Can you give me just some ideas? Because, you know, these kids need to be rewarded for their grades improving, their attendance improving. And, you know, what is your,
Well, in a lot of schools I've been at, I use different incentives such as if you have good behavior for a couple of weeks, you know, you might get some type of in-school form of money, and you can use this money to do things like buy goods, you know, within the school, or I give out gift cards and things like that. I make positive phone calls also, and you know, I just talk to parents and make, like I said, positive phone calls, different types of rewards, sometimes gift cards, school dollars, maybe free field trips, things like that. So I have a.
you're off, yeah, we have, we offer free,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
But still, it's,
I've been in some schools where they had to actually pay, so.
oh, we used to. We
Okay.
used to, yeah, yeah. Okay, all right, thank you very much. I appreciate your input.
Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you, Sue. Any other questions?
I don't have a question, Madam President. You kind of answered my thought, and that was, how do you empower your staff administration with guidance with the needs in terms of discipline and what is rewarded? So you don't have to answer that because you kind of did it. But I was looking at your references, and I want you to know 3 out of 5 I've had direct working relationship with.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. So, and I know those individuals very well. So, if they gave you a glowing reference, then I would have to say that you're probably good at what you do. Because I know these individuals, and Mr. Brock said that he reached out to them, and I know them from work experience in my career.
Okay.
And so I just want you to know that, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Well, like I said, I've been at a lot of different schools, and I've seen a lot of different things. So it's nothing I haven't seen really.
Well, believe it or not, they were not in education at the time when I knew them.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and then they've gone on to careers where they're in the positions that they're in now, and we've kept that relationship. So I just want you to know I'm familiar with them
Okay,
and
thank you.
their work ethics.
2 questions for me, and then I'm good. Okay. One, have you ever started in the middle of a school year?
Yes, I have. Well, take that back. I became an
I
assistant.
gotcha.
I
It's
became
just a-
I
it's
became
just
an
a question.
assistant principal in the middle of the school year. I was at a school where I was the third person. I just became a curriculum coordinator. We had an assistant principal, and we had a principal. The assistant principal quit. The principal, I hate to say it, but
Quit.
the principal, unfortunately, she got shot at.
Oh, Lord. What is
So that left me.
Last man standing. You're still standing.
They told me, Mr. Branson, well, you're going to have to finish the year out in March. Assistant principal and the principal. I said, whoa, okay. But
We needed that
was-
laugh.
yeah, we did need that laugh. So I appreciate that. Was one. And the second one is I anticipate what your greatest challenge will be. Okay, we'll have that conversation later, but what do you feel that your greatest challenge will be?
let me see.
That's my greatest challenge.
I can't think of one really because, you know, parents, you know, if the student is doing well, you don't have a problem with the parents, but when you have to do things like what Mr. White had to go through, suspend parents because kids aren't doing what you're supposed to be doing, they get a little bit mad. So, right. So you have to, sometimes you just have to go deep and explain the rationale behind it. And, you know, like a principal, I heard a principal tell me one time, sometimes you have to tell them they might need another place because if they're dragging down other students, you know, you can't let that happen. You can't have the student who's getting all A's have their educational time being taken away by somebody who's not doing what they should be doing. So, off the top of my head, I can't think of anything.
We'll have that conversation, and I think trustees.
I do.
But
Hello, nice
I
to
didn't
meet
even
you.
finish mine, but I
Okay,
will.
you're done. You didn't have y'all didn't have a relationship. Like, not a relationship, but like y'all didn't date, girl.
I've met you once. I was just going to tell you what I would expect from you, but she wants to go. So.
Well, so when Mr. White came, his hashtag and tagline was like, "Whoo, he didn't expel 40 kids or suspended." What do you think your first day like will be? He came in like a quiet storm. Like, what do you think expect for your first day on the job?
Well, basically, I observe. You know, I go to every single classroom and I observe what's going on. I look at that student engagement. I look at what the teacher's doing, and I just do like a little mental synopsis of what's going on in every classroom. I have individual talks with the teachers when I go in the classrooms. I talk to students, and I just get a general feel for everything. And I talk to the administrative staff and get their feedback also. But I'm gonna do a lot of observation that first day.
All right, for me, just
I have a question. I didn't get a turn yet. I didn't get a turn.
several.
No, not with Mr. Branson. Thank you for coming back, first of all. My question for you is, and I know that we've heard stuff about the expectations of students and behavior and addressing, negative things. But in reality is we don't always know our students' stories. So my question for you is, suspension is sometimes necessary, maybe even often necessary, but what other interventions have you used prior to just, somebody's late, you're suspended, somebody's, in a hallway, boom, you're suspended 10 days. What other approaches have you taken?
Well, I talk to parents. I give parent phone calls. I go over parents' homes. At the same time, I do things like I put forth mentoring programs, for example, where I get to meet the students and talk about their challenges at home and their behaviors and things like that. I utilize PBIS. I utilize circles as far as students having different arguments, restorative practices. I use that. I don't believe in just suspending just a lot of kids. I look at every situation, and I go from there. And I look at the rationale and the reasons why, what's going on in the classroom, what's going on with that student, and at the same time, I have expectations for the teachers also before it gets to me. So, for example, if a student's acting up in the classroom, I ask the teacher to talk to that student, put that student in timeout, make a phone call, and then if the problem persists, then I take care of it from that point. Sometimes suspension is necessary, but I like positive reinforcement more so than negative reinforcement. Because one, I'm looking at, you can't have one kid or a group of kids taking kids down, but at the same time, you need kids in school also. So you have to look at it from a situational perspective.
Thank you. So lastly, for me, one, we don't need Superman. So you don't have to come here and be Superman. We're not interested in you being Superman. Okay, just so that you know, you're following somebody who has great presence, but the couple of things that I would want you to have is presence.
Yes.
You got to be there. Kids should know when you're not there. They can feel it. Okay, you can feel when I'm not here. You can feel when other people are. You got to have presence. Be about your word. If you're going to say you're going to do it, you just do it, period. Okay, good and bad. When you're wrong, you own it. But communicate, please.
Oh, yes.
Actively and openly. Okay, if there's a kid that gets in trouble and you're going to send them home, you call the parent.
Yes, definitely.
You've got to call the parent. Now, if you don't reach them, that's one thing, but you got to try to make an effort effort to call them. I need you to relate to the staff and the students, okay? You're an African-American male, whether people want to say that or not. You are, okay? You are. We're not going to pretend you're not, okay? Kids need to be able to relate. They need to be able to relate to us because there's so few of us in these schools. So I'm not going to apologize for that. Somebody looking at, oh, there he goes again. Yeah, you're right. I'm always say it, okay? Relate, and please bring a high level of expectations. Not only for yourself, I know you'll do that, but for the staff and the students, and when they don't meet them, you let them know.
Oh, yes.
But they need to know what they are.
Oh, yes.
So there's a few things, and we'll talk. I mean, I'm hoping that the board supports your candidacy, and my goal for you is that whenever that is, I don't want you to start on a Monday. I want a Monday where you would go and you talk, you're just visible, talking to kids, meeting parents, calling up parents who you are. Like, we don't have to rush you right into this thing, okay? We want to do it right, and I want to do it right, and that's not just showing up and then kids are like, who's this dude? Can't have that. Okay, so I'll work with you, with the staff. If the board supports your candidacy, I will support you, and I'll make sure that that is done right, that you have a nice open house, too.
Okay.
A meet and greet.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Madam President,
Rescinding.
I move to rescind my motion to postpone Mr. Branson's contract to the next board meeting.
Support.
I have a motion by Davis, supported by Kennard.
All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Madam President, I move that the Board of Education, wherever it is,
Oh, you want me to read?
Move that the Board of Education approve Ivan Branson as an interim building administrator for Romulus Middle School for the remainder of the 23-24 school year. Rationale is personnel recommendation. Budget implications is general fund. All the exhibits are attached.
support.
So there's a motion by Wester, supported by Davis. Roll call vote.
McCarthy?
No.
Hiles, no. Davis?
Yes.
Evans?
No.
Kennard?
Yes.
What did I forget? Laster?
Yes.
Wester?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
So, Madam President, I know we went right into this motion, but I do have a couple questions for Mr. Brock from his report. Thank you, Mr. Brock, for talking about CTE again and getting that back on track. My
Thank you.
question is when you talked about the Grow Your Own Educator, yes, the cadet, that's something that the Board of Education wanted 3 years ago. Have you looked into whether or not it's even feasible for Romulus to get that now? And we were going to get that in 2021, so I'm just wondering, are we, because we didn't get the so have you looked to see if that's even an option for Romulus? Because I know districts around have got that. And I asked that because you're talking about applying for a grant, that's why I ask.
So we'll know through the grant process.
Okay,
If we're not, if somebody that's approved, we won't get the grant.
okay,
It's not feasible to answer your question.
okay,
That's the way that I understand it. I'm not doing the grant.
right. Right.
Thank you.
Now, one more thing.
We're at the report of the board president. I'd like to thank everyone for coming out.
Yeah, transportation was added.
We didn't do that under that?
Nope.
We talked about it. I'm sorry. We had talked about it. I thought we had went there.
Nope.
We didn't do a motion.
So, no, it was just a motion to amend the agenda to add about, because I had requested that an RFP be put out for transportation.
I'm sorry, I thought because we were asking
Right.
Dr. Getzinger and everything
So-
ran together.
So, and my reason for adding that is, well, one, I know we have not gone out for bid on transportation since 2018. And so, because, yeah, so this current contract is 18-19, 19-20, 20-21, and then it's just renewed. And so I know Dr. Edmondson had recommended that we go out for bid for food after having had them for 2 years. And we talked about how it's best practice to get updated bids. So I had asked that that be placed on the agenda, because if that is something we're going to do, we would need time to go out for bid and get, and I'm not saying anything against this company, I'm just saying we don't know what the current, what's out there, what the rates are, what the options are, any of that. And so for best practice, I had requested that we,
Thank you.
Yeah, what I'd like to suggest, because I've had the conversation with the transportation company, and I also know bus drivers, and I know our two directors. This is dangerous. I mean, we can do it. It's dangerous. It's dangerous in a lot of respects, but that's not a threat to you. I'm just telling you, being here and knowing what's going on, I would be worried. And I'm not saying, I would like to at least see Auxilio come up. They had a meeting and he didn't talk about money. Remember that? We had a meeting, didn't talk about money. Needed to come up and talk about money. I can't be scared to talk about money. It is what it is. And answer all questions from us, like direct questions. If you're concerned, what's going to be different? If you haven't gone out for bid for so long, and the money's kind of hadn't gone up too much, to my knowledge, you go out for RFP, we might get sticker shock on our end. I'm not certain. I don't know. I'm not trying to
we
move
might.
anybody over there. I'm not certain. I don't want people leaving either, but all I would want to do is Auxilio comes up, where are you with that? Like, I know Matt talked to me about, hey, I wanted to raise the price because we haven't been, in 2 years, we haven't raised the price on you, our busing fleet. I want to hear what they're going to do. And then, listen, after that, get at it. If we want to go for an RFP, but I at least want Ed, Matt, you guys need to be up here. You need to be sitting here talking to us about, and allow the board to ask questions, serious questions about some of the things that I hear about transportation and some of the concerns that the board has for transportation. I'd at least like you to be heard first. And then if it doesn't satisfy us, like, for real, doesn't matter at that point. I'm
well,
not.
Dr.
this
Edmondson,
is our meeting.
we wouldn't know what we're hearing because we don't have a point of reference for 6 years, right? And just because we go up for bid and we've kept the same workers from company to company, and just, I don't know.
I'm not-
We go out to bid with everything else, and this is not against the current company. It's about the district and the best practice of the district. And I mean, we can go out for bid and we can then not.
Yeah, I'm not.
And hear that, but to keep waiting, my concern is now we're going to be in February.
I mean, this is something that could be done in February. I just would particularly like them to have that opportunity. And then after that, if that's what you want to do, that's fine. Bring 'em up,
And
but
I'm
we also
concerned
have
because
a
I've been
not-so-good history.
bringing this up, and it doesn't, so, I mean, it's the board's decision, but I'd like to make a motion that the Board of Education authorize the district to go out for RFP for transportation bids.
And I would like to see that after transportation comes up, and if you want to do it right after that, that's fine.
But
I
Dr. Edmondson,
think
we still can do both, but we don't have a point of
I
comparison.
understand. I understand. I'm just asking for the courtesy to allow them to get up and speak and give their little presentation, ask all the questions. Right afterwards, go for it. It's fine. I'm not saying that I'm
I
just like.
understand that, and they still can do that, but this has been requested by the board for some time. I mean, if there's
I
no
don't know if it's
support and it's
requested.
not the board's desire, then,
You all can decide.
but I made the motion.
You all can decide. I just said what I needed to say.
Motion made by Piles. Is there support?
Support.
There's a motion made by Piles, supported by Evans. Roll call vote.
Piles, yes. Evans?
Yes.
McCarthy?
Yes.
Davis?
No.
Laster?
No.
Kennard?
Yes.
Wester?
No.
Motion carries.
Report of the board president. Again, thank everybody for coming out. Those that stayed, all night with us and didn't, Welcome, Mr. Branson. I just want to thank the team for all the hard work they have done thus far. My team here, as we move this district forward, just remembering that we are to be putting the kids first. That's the main objective. That's what I got. That's what I came on board for, is to make sure that our kids are put first, our staff are given the tools that they need to educate our children. Trustee Laster, you have anything?
Thank you, everyone, for coming out and staying the long haul. Welcome, Mr. Branson. Thank you for coming back. And thank you, Dr. Gistinger, for always what you do. Dr. Gardner, Mr. Brock. I just want to say, no, I'm just playing. I just want to, I appreciated the attendance. It was good to see the growth and what's going on with that. And a lot of things have been said about Mr. White. I wasn't there, I only saw clips, but what I can say is on Friday, when I fell down the stairs at my house, and I was laying there at the bottom of the stairs, all I could think about was, I gotta get up, not to get to work on time. I gotta get my kid to school on time. So he is not pulled by Mr. White for being tardy. So it's a standard there. It's a, I know growing pains, trying to get things together, and he's not perfect. We're working, but I just have to say, in working in education, it needs to be structure. And this generation is a little wild, and the parents are wild too. But when you get the people together and the right people in place, I think we can make great things happen. So that's just my perspective as a parent and someone that works in education. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Evans.
Thank you, everyone, for staying late. Nice to meet you. I'm sorry, I don't even know your name.
Branson.
Mr. Branson, Ms. Perkins, all of the admin staff. I want to thank Ms. Nataro for the great presentation from Ramel. She's not here, she left. Carol, thanks for stepping in place of Eve. Eve, I hope you enjoyed your vacation in this table. Oh, Dr. Gistinger, thank you very much for coming back to the podium. Appreciate it. And this staff, or this table, thanks a lot for everything you do. I'm done.
Trustee Kennard.
I'm just going to be brief. I just want to thank everyone for staying for the meeting, and we had very, very insightful information that was provided to us, and we're going to move forward. Thank you.
Trustee Davis. You good?
I think I'm good. All right, I'd like to apologize for all the comments I will have at this late hour. First of all, thank you, Dr. Gistinger, for your presentation series tonight. I enjoyed both sessions at 5:30 and 6. Whenever you come and present anything financial, you make it so clear and concise. And I thank you for also answering my questions last week, I believe. I didn't expect a response over the weekend, but thank you for that. About the board retreat, I know initially I did not have much flexibility in my schedule, and now I've gotten to the point in my semester where I think I have some flexibility, and I would like to see if there's some flexibility in scheduling the board retreat so that I'd be able to make that as well. Probably here, I got too many things here. I have college, I have a job.
Can we let Darcel finish?
I'd also like to remind my fellow board members, because, I've enjoyed our governance training series that we've been on for, almost a year, months? I don't remember. I lost track of time. But I'd like to remind everybody that we learned multiple times to not have surprises at the table and to also respect the time of others, because it's 10:37. I've been here 5 hours. Everybody's tired. I don't want to have another marathon anytime soon. Past practices don't have to be the norm just because they've been used in the past. And my final comment, let the experts be the experts. Thank you.
Trustee Piles.
Yes, thank you for all the presentations, and thank you for everyone who stayed. And Carol, you look like you're wilting, so I'll go quickly.
Please.
But Maria, thank you, Maria. I know you make yourself available to us. You know, as soon as we got that budget, I was sending you questions, and even up through today. Thank you for always providing responses and doing it very timely. That you are appreciated for that. Thank you. Mr. Darcell brought up governance training, and we didn't schedule a date for January. Will that get scheduled for February?
I will,
No, it's a 3-year contract.
we supposed to do it, yeah.
It's a 3-year contract.
Correct.
So if we
I'll
can.
get with Penny.
Okay, if we can get a February date, and I don't know if board members, if we can send recommendations, but I would absolutely like if we could get some kind of a finance workshop, so we're better understanding finances here. And
If you can send me that, then that way I can make sure
I
I get
will.
with Penny.
The other question I had is, and again, all of this tonight, I hope that we don't think it's for or against Mr. White, but for our students, and just what is effective for them. And when we authorize things, we are accountable. So I am asking if there is a temporary permit, Dr. Edmondson, that be forwarded to us. I've also brought up, the pay, which is contractually $2,500 per pay, but he's been paid $6,000 per month. So I'm wondering, will there be adjustments to that? And will the additional $1,000 take him to $7,000 or to $6,000? If we could just get answers for all of that, so that we. And I don't know, I don't understand like the laugh or the smirk. I think it's a valid question if the, okay, I'm just saying, because it was like this earlier tonight when I bring that up, and there is a signed contract.
We understand, Debbie.
Okay, but, well, we understand, but we sweep it under the rug. Why? Why are we always bringing this up?
No, I'm saying.
Okay,
you were
so
just going
anywho.
over that, honey.
Okay, so if we could just find out about that, and again, that's not for or against Mr. White, that's for the Board of Education and the motions we approve, that they be followed and not changed then after the fact.
Madam VP. Superintendent.
When somebody says, monitor your airtime, what does that mean? We hear the same things over and over and over. I've been at governance training over and over and over. It was stated by Scott Morrell. Listen, there are things that are important that you ask that are critical, and there are other things that, because you want to know, they're taking hours upon hours upon hours to get all this information. It's not only frustrating for the staff, it's frustrating for me. That's pretty clear. Okay, the same stuff. I just had somebody send me a text about it, like, man, every Monday, I'm like, oh, like, geez, 5 hours? 5 hours. 5 hours. We sniggle, we laugh, and all this. 5 hours for a meeting? There's just no way. No way. After doing 8 hours or 9 hours, and then another 14 hours? At some point, and I'm not the only one that works. I know there are other people that work too. I'm not saying anything against those who have not. It's too long. It's just too long. We've got to figure out a way. I don't know if it's in governance training, whatever it is. It's just too long. So it does go to monitor your airtime, because we should not be sitting 40 minutes discussing one thing. We've got to be aware of that. Okay, people are tired. I'm tired, and it's not just we're all tired. She just coached and came in here for another 3. Thank you.
Did you win?
For another 3 hours. I'm asking us to be mindful that it's a long day for all of us. Excuse me?
Are they off? Long day for the lashes.
Nothing.
No, I wasn't looking at it, but I'm just like, it's long, it's the same stuff, it's tiring, and just as a leader, it's just like, you just get chiseled.
It's 8 o'clock by the time we got the consent agenda, so it was all the presentations too.
And another thing is too, since I'm at it, you know what? It would behoove a few of us to be able to say, I'm wrong, or I apologize. It's tough. It's tough being up here, and nobody will say it. I feel like all the time I'm on an island that I have to say stuff because Nobody else says it. Apologies go a long way, or I'm sorry, or I wasn't mindful, but instead, we don't do it. Okay? We don't do it. At some point, I'm like, man, I apologize all the time. Okay? If I'm wrong, and even if I'm not wrong, it goes a long way to say, okay, that's what servant leadership is. My bad, I'm sorry, or I didn't do something so well. It would behoove us to do it. And I understand, I work for you. You're right, I work for you. I get it, I do. And that goes both ways. We're supposed to be a team, we're going to these workshops. Can we do it? Can we be a team? Yep. And like I said, it goes a long way. I've still been waiting for people to say I'm wrong.
Motion to adjourn.
Support.
All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
10:43.
10:43.